And we are live! Hi, everybody. How we doing? Let me pop out chat. B, good to glad to have you. Story, good to glad to have you. Sarah, good to glad to have you. Light, good to glad to have you. Also, V or Infinite, did either of you guys happen to announce? I was a little bit busy with everything I was caught up in. Also, sorry I did not start on the beach as usual. I forgot that I had not finished all my blacksmith quests, so I was scrambling to do that before the stream started. Apparently, I got so far ahead in leveling them on Elio, I didn't even realize I hadn't finished them. I need to sell all this extra gear. That and botany, weirdly enough. Okay. I don't need all this extra materia. I know, I could probably sell on the market board for some of them are actually worth a little bit of something, but I've got things to do. Okay, that'll be good. Oh, there. Infinite put an announcement in the Discord. Good on you, Infinite. So yeah, today we're going to be doing Wachumeqimeqi, all of what we did with the role quest last week, which honestly worked so well. I really enjoyed going through them and then having book club at the end to talk about them. So I'm looking forward to doing that here too. Also, from what I've been told for months on end, they have an inordinate amount of lore. Obviously, I have been a little bit slow on the uptake on playing all the content like as I normally would, partly just because I got so wrapped up in other things and also just real life events. So, bit behind, but no time like the present, and honestly, I feel like I can commit the information to memory a lot better now. So yeah. Botany is so nice to level. I really like picking flowers in 14. See, the problem is that I through you do like custom deliveries and leaves and stuff, you can level up hyper fast. So yeah, I still need to do that's what's it called? Tender Valley. At some point need to do that. I haven't done it on Elio yet. Speaking of, what job am I gonna? Well, I guess it depends on what order we do them. You guys say Fisher, I think was supposed to be really good. That's good to glad to have you. Wait, are you actually supposed to manage your inventory? I do. And I have a good system for it too. It's called Sort. That and I usually store away all the extra crafting ingredients in the, what's it called? In my retainers. Okie dokie doke. Do I need to be on a crafter to start? I do. Okay. How are you all doing? Also, give me a second. I'm gonna go. How's my audio? Any background noise or anything? Do I need to myself higher? And I'm gonna go grab an extra drink. I've got some waters, but I need a soda. Also, how do you guys like my background? I got it a little more set up. I still obviously have a ways to go, but I'm liking it. It's got all the art books down below. I've got the... I'm thinking it's looking pretty good. You can't see the final layer where I've got miscellaneous non-14 stuff, but... Okie dokie doke. And Discord away. Got my notes app up. Joplin's ready to go. Okay. Maybe I'll hold off on doing Fisher because I know there's a couple people who are really excited to go through that. So maybe I'll wait until I know that they're closer to being done with their workday. AFK Elio with jazz in the background makes the perfect waiting screen. Yeah. Nowadays I have a whole tab open, but I need to clean out my retainer inventory again. Yeah. That's what's good. Okay. Let us begin. So again, like the role quest, I have not even done Wachumeqimeqi on Lens, so this will be my first time. Well, if it isn't Elio, forgive me, I couldn't help but notice the tools you're carrying on your person. You wouldn't happen to be a skilled tradesman, would you? As I mentioned when you visited alongside the Third Promise, Wachumeqimeqi is in dire need of skilled artisans, like Fontaine, Vogenten, who simply wanted to be a good goldsmith. I wonder if Serendipity references him at all in any content. Now that you're, once you've gone through Dawn Trail. A number of our shops are set with problems large and small, you see. and having the assistance of one such as you would be most welcome. Of course, service rendered is a service paid for, and we have plenty of scripts, and with which you can fill your pockets. Procuring supplies from the open seas has brought no small number into a position, and I understand the currency is also used extensively across the salt. With that said, I'd like to first introduce you to the folks you'll be working with. You needn't decide right away, of course. Take your time to consider my offer, and come speak with me again once you've made up your mind. Yep, nope, not gonna do it. See ya. Come to take up my offer, I see. Just one last thing before we go. In the language of my people, Wachumeqimeqi. Oh, let me. Trolley. What's that under? Raw dictionary. Wachumeqi in Pelu means house of accountless deeds. So, I wonder if I can try to pick up some of the other words and maybe potentially get an answer to what, do I have any other Pelu words? I don't in here, but I know I have notes on the other Pelu words. LNSBM means mallard, yeah, but I don't know if that's specifically a Chitonan word. There will be more note-taking, I will warn you guys, for this one, because I know there's quite a bit of... Okay. I see the market as a home where folks of all kinds may come, connect, and carve out a niche for themselves. Please bear in mind as you may encounter things for which you are not accustomed. Now then, off we go. You know, if Lendriel was shipped with Lys, that would make the perfect military alliance. Les, that's such like a confluence of your interests between, military history and puns. Good, that's nearly everyone. I thought it best if they were aware who you were before you show up on their doorstep offering your services. Let's go in order, shall we? Starting with Jral Soj Metalwares. Okay, I'm gonna also write names down like this because I definitely am remembering RollQuest more when I actually like repeat their name throughout. Jral Soj Metalwares, and then Ral Soj. I forget the X indicates what. Ral Soj deals in all things metal, particularly when it comes to daily necessities. So the X in that indicates. Okay. What does X in front of names mean in Or not Hitzara, oh my god. Jibral. Rausoj deals in all things metal, particularly when it comes to daily necessities. Unfortunately, she has been recently confronted with an issue that has put her reputation at stake. She seeks a metal worker that understands the importance of punctuality. Next, we have Epistle by Pamika, whose eponymous owner pens official documents, transcribed letters for those who cannot do so themselves, and more. She presently in need of one skilled in treating parchment, textiles, leathers, and the like. I'm just going to start a new note. This Wachumeqi. Okay, Pamika. The Eorzean juice craft serves some of the most unique beverages I dare say one will ever encounter. It's just a shame no one's lining up to drink them. If you have any expertise with culinary arts or alchemy, I would love for you to assist her in revitalizing her shop. Fish Fancy's Donuhanu is a bit of an eccentric establishment, you see.
Donohanu deals in the fish that he fancies. Unfortunately for him, his tastes are a touch too unconventional for your average customer, and his anxious sales may not pick up.
Infinite, good to glad to have ya. And Chrissy, good to glad to have ya. Happy time zone to you as well.
As for Shunei's apothecary, I regret to say that its owner was unable to spare even a moment for introductions. That said, if you fancy yourself a miner or gatherer, you'll undoubtedly find his wares of great interest. Shunye deals in all sorts of curious flora and minerals, you see. Alas, his sole employee appears to be in poor shape, and I grow more worried about the store by the day. I believe that covers everything, more or less. It is my wish that both customers and shop owners feel mutual satisfaction with their transactions, and the market that the House of the Countless Beads may shine more brightly than ever. With your help, I believe the wish will come true. I look forward to seeing what you accomplish, Elio.
I mean, I'll undertake Wachumeqimeqi quest. Where did I put? Here, I should just put name. Raleigh Dictionary, Moblin's pronunciation, post 7.0 lore notes. I'm gonna have to tweak this up. I was trying to do the thing where I preemptively created too many categories to be able to sort things, but I think what I need to go is go back through my notes and instead refine it down to simpler, larger categories. Okay, who should we start with? Obviously, we could start with blacksmith because, you know, Elio, blacksmith, whole thing. But there's also miner or gatherer. I think the one thing I'll do is definitely wait for fishing. Bumboy, and Diva Storia. Anyone got a vote? Gathering? It's gathering it is, Sarah. Oh, God, I love this gathering outfit. I would wear this in real life in a heartbeat.
You're a man who plucks the finest of the land's offerings with their own hands, am I right? Ah, I knew it the moment I set eyes upon you. I share the same passion, in fact. Or at least, I used to. For many happy years did I work in the employ of Shunye's apothecary. Gathering only specimens of the utmost quality. Alas, such work wears in the body and mind as about hands, and mine has about hand its fill. Every day, my knees and backs make new cries of protest, so I have finally decided to leave the business to younger hands. And yours look fit to succeed me, maybe even surpass me. I reckon you'll fill my old position of Shunye's apothecary nicely. You will fill it, won't you? I'd hate for Shunye to be left to prop up such a bustling business. Consider the opportunity. I promise you'll be hard-pressed to find a better man to work for. You can find him at the far end of the marketplace. At least, go and see what he's about, will you?
I'm leaving my job. You take it up. It's all your responsibility now. Haha. Okay, let's see if we can do role quests. Upyahi, main person. Leofine was tied to the tank role quest. Vindicare was tied to the... Is he caster? Yes, he was caster. Sorry, not Vindicare, Justicar. The Samidare was melee. Eloret was healing. And then Fizz ranged. Who did I forget to mention? Eloret, Leofine, Samidare. Shaltofine. Shaltofine? Was it? It's Shalto something. Shaltofine, right? Someone let me know. Even including the leotard underneath. It's not a leotard. It's a separate male segment on top where it cuts. I bet you. Well, honestly, I don't even know. maybe the back connects into arm pieces that go over here, but even if not, yeah, I would absolutely wear that. The only problem is I have a hairy chest, so I'm not sure like that part would show, but you know, it might be okay. You're in command. You're in command now, Admiral Beat. Yeah. Empire Strike Back, right? Recently started the healer. I like that they dropped a certain piece of Lalafell lore. Yes, the Dudes Folk Lalafell lore. One of my earliest videos actually talked about that, and it was one of the first like weird pieces of trivia in the game that I loved. It was one of the shorts I made before shorts were a thing on YouTube. That Dudes Folk Lalafell poisoned their children in order to build up their immunity. Which I thought was, I loved how they interacted. I also thought that like the Elret stuff was the funniest, just in terms of some of the humor that they pulled off, even just in the fight. Oh, hello there. Apologies for not noticing you. A merchant's work is endless, you see, and I find myself short hands these days. This is just, they just made Graha as a bun boy for the fangirls, didn't they? This is, look, I know part of it's the red hair and the haircut being similar, but also just like all of the design is like Graha as a bun boy. I'm not crazy, right? Can I get a hell yeah from the Graha females? Welcome to Shunye's Apothecary, friend. Are you searching for something specific? Perhaps one of my displays caught your eyes. Voltaire, good to see, glad to have you. Oh, gemstones. For those who don't know, I used to work as a jewelsmith, a silversmith. Basically a jewelry maker. I've seen that look before. You're wondering just what sort of shop this is, eh? To put it simply, I purvey goods which promote the healthy body and mind. Herbs to cleanse mild ailments, incense to calm the senses, stones to massage aching shoulders, and much more, as you can see. Are we gonna, oh boy. Is this going where I think this is going? Are we going to homeopathic fucking bun boy? Naturally, this requires the use of various plants and minerals which possess uncommon, and some would even say mystical, properties which I acquire from discerning and trusted gatherers. However, the flow of goods has recently slowed to a trickle, and I've found it difficult to keep my shelves stocked. You may find my selection somewhat wanting if I'm being honest. Sebi, good to see you, glad to have you. He's a wellness influencer? Oh no! So you must be gathering. You must be the gatherer Ropley spoke of. Are you here to offer your services? Of course, I'm more than grateful for the help. I hope this is the start of a mutually pleasant relationship, Elio. Excuse me, are you the proprietor of this shop? Is it true that you are of the Shitona tribe? Oh. Oh, it's a Viera. I get to do. Are you of the Shitona tribe? Yeah, on both accounts. What brings you to Shunye's Apothecary, friend? He's wearing the tradition. I am. What is that? A chocobo? I am Uvlo Gav. Fuck these names! God damn it! Well, you get away from the trolley names for 5 seconds. You think you have a hand on it, and then all of a sudden, all of the goddamn Vina names come in, and you're like, oh, I am Uvlo Gavjev. God. Okay. Gajewezv. Okay. How do you pronounce anything in Icelandic? Enunciation. Okay, so F is like the V in, what about V in Icelandic? The letter V is pronounced like V in English or like a W. So, Gajewesfu? God, Lordy Almighty. I am Uvlo Gajewesf. I hail from the village of Kuguma, located on the eastern continent of Ulthard. I was traveling the 3 great continents in an effort to expand my horizons when I learned of a people similar to the Viera who live in Tyrol. I wished to learn all I could of them, so I boarded the first ship across the sea I could find. Once at port, I asked where I might find any Shitona and was pointed here. Please allow me to serve you. I can hunt, I can fight, I can gather. Surely one of my skills can be of use. All I ask in return is that you teach me of your people. Please tell me we're getting Shitona lore. If so, this was made for me. What a day this has turned out to be. One moment desperate for help, the next spoiled for choice. Uvlo, was it? I know you've come far, and I can sense your sincerity, but my conversation doesn't fetch so high a price. Simply purchase one of my wares, and we can chat for as long as you like. He doesn't have any money. I have no money. Yep. Not even a single coin. I spent my very last one hiring a ship to bring me here. Ah, then I can't very well expect your custom, can I? No. Apologies for my interruption, Elio. Where were we? Ah, yeah. Would you agree to a small test of your talents before we begin our work in earnest? Elio, spot him some gill, I beseech you. I suppose I'll be testing you too. That is, of course, assuming you still wish to work for me. Of course, I am at your disposal. You need only tell me what to do. Then your task is simple. Bring me goods that I can sell to eager customers. There's no better way to take stock of your talents. Graha coded design. Yeah. He's in a wellness influencer. Personally, I don't even feel like the design is that similar. It feels more like a lot more muted. Oh shit, I should have stayed on his face. Okay. I mean, his eyes are definitely more muted. Give me a second. You can't tell me that there's some energy going on there. The necklace, the hair, the ornate high-res clothing that has specifically gilded aspects of it to increase its aesthetic appeal. A bunch of crystals. An association with crystals? I'm telling you. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Used to collect a magazine called The Treasure of Earth. Used to get probably fake samples of minerals and gemstones with each issue. Hey, but it increased your interest in your fascination with them, and did you learn anything? Because if so, yeah. Have fun switching between those accents. Yeah, Sarah, I'm only realizing how the degree to which the Southern and the Viera accent, the Icelandic accent, are not so different as I might have considered. Join us at Discord, discord.gg/favorite archives for community events, updates, and lots of lore discussions. Thank you. Infinite. Join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much a month. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm, fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivists. Indeed. A test of your talents. Yeah. You seek to work too? Well, I hope we can call each other partner in due time. A bunch of you got far too excited when he said that to you. I refuse to believe otherwise. Now, shall we get started? I want both of you to head to Urkopacha and bring me back an assortment of my most popular staples. Namely, I'm looking for a maca, a plant which imparts unflagging vigor, and springstone, which is used to warm the body and soothe aches and muscles. You can bring me whichever is easier for you to gather. Either will sell just as quickly. Since this is only a trial, let's start with, say, 6 or so. 6 springs from the Urkopacha. Understood. I shall return with haste. Honest. Whoa! That's cool. Okay, what do you... Each of the shop has a list of requests for delivery to use items. Shoot. That was the wrong thing. Shunye, not Shuye. I did also not do the crystal mean one, so I actually not. Oh, there's a whole symbol and everything. I told you. Oh, okay, there's symbols in there. Ahoy! Sending a like and support still at work. Hope you're living your day. You too, Lisa. Thank you kindly. It looks like it's just listed as the test of talents. Dooba dooby da dee doo da dee da da da. Okay, Dragonborn, bring me 6 blue mount. I have not played Skyrim since... What year it come out? 2011? Am I crazy? Because if so, I have not played Skyrim since 2012. You know what I was looking at this morning was Doom 2016. I was looking at some footage from it, and that game's almost 10 years old. It still looks amazing. Okay, Junior's Apothecary. So is it... Okay, it's just like normal collections. Okay. Let's... And a 1. Okay. Oh, I should have gone for the 65. I would have made it. Okay, can I use Ageless? Yes, I can. Ooh, and I got the extra. How many of you don't know how collecting works? Because if not, I would love to explain it to make it less... So that all of y'all can start working on your collection mount. And by that, I mean the best boy around. Also, I have about 1,500 high cordials from working on Diadem. So I'm pretty well stocked and ready to go for this. Let's see. Okay, no, I'm gonna need at least one more. Okay, let's get me a solid reason. Ah, fortunate. I have not played Skyrim since yesterday. Now, is that a joke, Infinite, or are you the sort of folk who plays Skyrim on the reg? I only finish and it's level 42. Do you think they'll release another orange script mount with 7.2? Because I'm not caught up. I don't know. The thing that makes me think not is that we're gonna get cosmic exploration. But by the same token, that could be a reason why they will. Maybe we'll just farm some out Chrome IR to gather and increase the gather of GP in the meantime. I would honestly, I'm 50-50. Because on the one hand, I could imagine that they don't do it because we're getting cosmic exploration. But on the other hand, if cosmic exploration comes out in like the 0.5 or whatever, people are gonna need something for the 0.2. Personally, I kind of hope that every patch they do release a mount. They have the Ronique and the Barrel Tender. I hope that like that becomes the norm, that there's a mount token mount every patch. I think that'd be a good thing, frankly. Not a joke. I was really cheap on sale. Nice. We were having a good time. That said, I still don't have the Ronique mount yet either. I'm not caught up either, Astoria. I only have the Barrel Boy. I want the Myco Tender. Dude, okay, Astoria, if Myco Tender was from that, yeah. Although, I wonder if Myco Tender would be from that. My only reasoning being that the Myco Tender, one, they just did the Barrel Tender, right? But at the same time, actually, I just realized I have 6, don't I? Yeah, I do. I don't even know if there's a benefit to having more than 6. That is Jactural, there we go. I'm trying to think where would make the most sense for the Myco Tender to appear. Because clearly it's not gonna, obviously the role quest is done. Yeah. Are you suggesting one character mount patch is too many? I'm not suggesting I think it's too many. I'm thinking from a getting rewards for other people as for an average consumer. Look, if every single patch was if it was the Myco Tender, then the Nopale Tender, then the Giga Tender, then like I would just be happy. Like that's what I want. But I don't necessarily know that what I want is good for the average player. You can find the staples that require an Urkapacha. Booyah, 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 booyah. That was quicker than I expected. Let's see. Oh my, this delivery is better than I could imagine. Almost too good, in fact. Our customers might come to take such quality for granted. Thank you for your hard work. It's always comforting to see my shelf stocked. Okay, it's like custom deliveries. Does that get me to the next row, or do I need to do a further more? The X mounts are wings, so why not? The EX mounts being the same though is different, Sebi, because like that's a your trial series all sharing a fundamental, like, shared unique thing for a specific content, whereas, like, a unique one-off mount for farming is, like, how do I put this? The trials are all of one kind, specifically released in a cadence that makes it so that farming each one is a somewhat unique experience, with the wings specifically tailored to those individual fights on rather than the specific content, all leading up to a final released thing that works in tandem for a person unified to that. Whereas if you are a crafter gatherer, there's nothing specific about crafting or gathering to the Ronique or the Barrel Tender in particular. Yeah, you can make some arguments for it, right? But not in particular. Therefore, variety is a much better function, particularly to incentivize it. Because if someone is farming 100 mount tokens and then gets the Barrel Tender, the Myco Tender becomes less, for anyone who generally just wants that style of thing, becomes less interesting. Whereas if people don't want a specific pair of wings, that they still may farm it because of the benefits of farming, plus the fact that there's a final mount tied to it, right? I must say, there's no greater reassurance than knowing I have wares to sell. Even though this was but a trial run, you conducted yourself flawlessly. I've been known to gather once or twice. Truth be told, when I first began this endeavor, I didn't imagine I would sell such a wide array of goods. But health is a jail we all share. Oh, health is a goal we all share. Although health is a jail we all share might honestly... Honestly, health is a jail we all share kind of slaps. And there are any numbers of ways to pursue it. Take maca, for instance. It thrives in the harsh climes of Arcopacha, accumulating nutrients from its unique environment. It's been a favorite since the immemorial for its nutritional value and invigorating properties. Springstone, on the other hand, is a type of volcanic rock. It retains heat rather well, so after a bit of polishing and warming, you can place it in your pocket or directly on the skin. Even in hotter regions, it used to relieve stiff muscles and troublesome aches. If it's a volcanic rock, that implies that the basin in which... Is Worker Zormer an inactive volcano? I know you came to me seeking gainful employment, but you must place your own health first and foremost. If anything ever ails you, I'd welcome your custom with open arms. There's a volcano in the Valley Garmonda trial. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that that's effectively a, not glamour necessarily, but an etheric region being summoned in by Valley Garmonda, right? He's creating basically a, what's the term from Jujutsu Kaisen? A domain expansion, right? Around us, because that's true for the snow, the light, and the lightning realms too. Speaking of which, you haven't seen Uvlo, have you? I hope he hasn't gotten lost. Judging by his story, he arrived in Tyrell only shortly before visiting my shop. His confident stride suggested he knew where he was going, but how could he? Yeah, Phantom Realm, yeah. I am returned, Master Shunye. I hope my deliveries meet with your satisfaction. Well, I suppose there was no need to worry. Yeah, these are good. They'll certainly sell. Forgive my imposition, but have you been to Tyrell before? Or did you hire someone to guide you? Neither. This is my first time in Tyrell, and I have no money for a guide. Yet this city is home to great many people. If you ask around for information, you can piece together any puzzle in time. That is, of course, if you have the patience to do so. I like Uvo. Does this mean you're reached a decision regarding my employment? Indeed. You did well today, but... So, for the time being, I have no objection to continuing our business relationship. And of course, I'd like to continue working with you as well, Elio. However, I understand you aren't the type to stay in one place over long. Let's keep it simple, shall we? Stop by whenever you have time for a few tasks, and I shall recompense you accordingly. Then it's settled. Don't be a stranger, Elio. The thing is, Elio, forgive my rudeness for not introducing myself sooner. I am Uvlo of Kuguma village. I hope to learn much from someone of your experience, just as I hope to learn more about the Shitona from you, Master Shiin. May we all prosper under your tutelage. Well, I may prove to be a worthless teacher in that regard, but I suppose I can try. As for our mutual prosperity, that depends on us. That is to say, we need to get selling. My customers will be pleased to see my stock replenished at last. Interesting. The plot thickens. Honestly, if they released more quests like this per patch, I feel like that would go a long way towards making crafting and gathering more interesting. Also, did anybody else see the mobile version of Final Fantasy stuff for the crafting and gathering? I'm very interested in that. Yeah, Latin America inspired are talking about health and medicine, yet no Vicks Vapor Rub 0 out of 10. Okay, I actually get that one does. Yeah, just add more Magitech mount stuff and anything other than ranked PvP and we got a deal. Magitech would be good. I'm thinking that you'd want to. They should be Tyrali themed, right? Tender Valley was Jacques Tyrol. Ronique was Jacques Tyrol, but we've had basically 2 Shaloni themed mounts. So, I would suspect if we see another mount, it might continue to be Jacques Tyrol themed, seeing as we did not get as much time there and there aren't as many mounts kind of correlated with that region. With that in mind, I might look to Heritage Found into some of the enemies there. So something that might either be very naturally lightning affinitied or something that is like Alexandrian and make. But we have, obviously, this Savage, and we also have the Bike. And look, I'm doing this thing where I'm saying, like, oh, we already have these, so they wouldn't do X. Obviously, they potentially would. I'm just kind of trying to think within the confines of, like, okay, if we assume it's a Heritage Found related thing. Well, let's look. Ronique, right? Natural Beast found in Shaloni. Barrel Tender, Giant Buddy found in a dungeon within Shaloni, right? So if we look at other things, you know, it'd be funny. It'd be like the teacup, like one of the teacups from Stray Burrow Deadwalk. That'd be funny. The spinny thing with a donut attack. Sure. Yeah. Spinny thing with a donut attack. Yeah. It's kind of hard to tell which with the clouds, but the Worker Zormer looks like it could be a basalt column. That's a volcano. Yeah. Ooh, good call, Sevi. People are wanting those cars from Solution 9. Yeah. Well, I know. I'm wondering about that. You know what? I have a suspicion, even with how much lore there is, we're going to go through these faster because there's going to be less voice lines to voice. We'll see. But I want to, since we have the second, let's go look at, the Worker Zormer real quick. Teacup Mount is becoming Kingdom Hearts 3. But I mean, wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't like the Teacup Mount be really rad? Like if whenever you're like going, it spins like the Adamantoids mount. And then, like when you're flying through the air, or like on the ground, it spins, and we're flying through the air. Wait, does Solution 9 have forklifts? I don't know if we've seen anything that does. Oh, great! Of course, I come here in the middle of the. Okay, bummer. We'll come back. Basalt formations. How does basalt form? Natural columns, cliffs, or steps made in the hardened lava. It does. You're right, especially with how it mounts up. It does remind me. But so, where did the lava come from? If it's the formation, where would be the active volcano? How do basalt pillars form? The real lore. When lava cools and contracts, causing it to crack into columns, this process is called columnar jointing. Lava flow, magma rises to the surface and flows, cooling. The outer layers of lava cools and darkens, contracting. So, okay. So one possibility is that there is some sort of magma volcano or magma chamber beneath the ground that's forcing the basalt up. Let's say Basalt Mountain. Yeah, dude, okay. Natural Wonders, Basalt Columns. Okay, you're right. You're super. I wouldn't have thought about this. Here, let me show you some images here, some examples of like that Worker's Armor, right? Now look at some examples of like Basalt Mountains. Right? Okay. How are they formed? Columnar jointing is actually several fractures or joints grouped together. The rock columns result from the cooling of lava and subsequent contractions of the rock. This leads to squared, pentagonal, hexagonal, or heptagonal shaped columns. The number of sides depends on the number of fractures. Usually the columns are straight, but they can be curved depending on the circumstances of the formation. They can reach up to 50 meters long. However, the columns often vary in length, giving the effects of steps or levels. The smaller the column, the more rapidly the rock was cooled. The main rock in these columns is basalt. Famous examples. But okay, Devil's Tower in Wyoming. Okay. Devil's Tower. I've been here. Is possibly composed of. The landscape surrounding Devil's Tower is composed mostly of sedimentary rock. The oldest rocks visible is the Devil's Tower. National monument were laid in shallow sea during the Triassic. The dark red sandstone and maroon shale can be seen along how did it form those? Devil's Tower was formed when magma cooled and solidified underground, creating igneous intrusions. Over millions of years, erosion exposed the tower by wearing away the surrounding sedimentary rock. Okay, so presumably under that means that... Okay. Basalt Mountain, South America. I wonder if there's any in South America. There are several areas of basalt in South America, including the North Mountain Basalt or Crater Basalt Volcanic Field and Parana. Okay. So... not finding any particularly... Oh, wait, hey, no, that's still Wyoming. I wonder if Devil's Tower inspired Worker's Armor, because boy, is it similar. Did Devil's Tower inspire... We're learning things today, folks. We're learning things today. Play capture. Okay. It would be really cool, but the spinning would be very dizzying. Yeah, maybe as a mount action. Well, I mean, to be fair, they already did it for 2 mounts, so why not third? Maybe you can just mount the teacup where then there's a short dizzy animation. Would love that. Basically, the column forms inside the volcano. Yeah, then the outer layer of the volcano erodes away and exposes it. So, Sebi, wouldn't there be some sort of magnet chambers then, though, still left deep beneath? Which makes sense. And also, I mean, that also makes sense if we think about the fact that Worker's Armor is here, on this mountain chain right here along the edge, which, look, we don't really have... Continental drift doesn't seem to exist in 14 based on the fact that the first and the source have almost near identical geography, just not topography. But if we look at how these mountains have formed, that looks like, continental induction? You know what I'm trying to say. But where the shelf, right, pushes up. That's like why you would get these mountain shales all along the edges here. So that would also make sense for Worker's Armor to be, yeah. So it's a volcano plug. Yeah. Benton one in Mammoth, California called Devil's Post Pile. Teddy was onto something with the National Park System. Teddy was onto something with the National Park System, Des. Agreed there. Okay. Sebi, thank you so much for that. I'm so glad that we went on that rabbit hole, learning something new today. It really does. You know what? Can I, you know what? Okay, before we continue. Okay, this is gonna be, I warned you in the title, this is gonna be a note kind of day. There's gonna be notes today. Do we have Explorer mode? Can I, please tell me I can do Explorer mode for, yeah, baby! Let's see if we can find any evidence of it being a basalt column if we see the hexagonal formations. I'm pretty sure there are. So obviously we've got the lightning formations. But right now we're only at the approach. Lore on my lore channel? What in Tar Nation? Yeah, exactly. Am I crazy? So we have lightning, obviously, due to Valley Garmonda. We've got the fire that carved out the mountainside. Is there a place that represents ice outside of the trial? Other than, like, generally the snows of the region, but, like, there isn't anything about that necessarily dictates that should be specifically tied to Valley Garmonda. I feel like I'm forgetting something very obvious. That is an example of this. Okay, no direct salt-looking structures yet. But I mean, it doesn't have to be a one-to-one for it to still work. Mezcal with ice. I don't think quite that works, Des. Can you see down into the valley from up here? You really can't. That's a bummer. I mean, I get that we're at Workers' Ormer, and Workers' Ormer is quite a ways away, so it's not the craziest thing that's used. Oh, no, you can! Oh, no, you can't. I thought I could see a bit of lights in the basin down there, but you can't. As far as I know, any remaining magma chamber would be long dormant. Yeah, but we've reached the edge of my known knowledge on the subject. Sebi, I think you've carried us quite a ways. Oh, you know what's interesting? It's almost like the lightning aether actually looks more like the... But yeah, I mean, even if it's long dormant, that still works, right? Don't see any particular hexagonal formations that would make me assume. You'd think that if that was what they were going for, they would have gone out of their way to exemplify it. See anything here. That's a bummer. Doesn't necessarily completely uproot our idea. Am I crazy? Is that flag running at a lower frame rate than the rest of the game? Does that like Silk run at like a locked 30? Too bad Lil's not here, but they could answer that question. Yeah. I don't see anything that like outright tells us it would be a basalt formation, but it's not just life. Oh, at least it's day now. It is like so starkly. Its geometry is so stark too, though. Like, no. If any one of you wanted to happen to like try to look up other mountains, maybe in Peru or outlying regions around that, see if like maybe there's other reference points for Workers' Ormer. Because I mean, clearly, like the Rainbow Hills, right? Like that's not even hard. Man, I love when a game can have like an offhanded comment about one of its items you're farming. The spring stone might be volcanic and it make volcanic rock, and we all go on a whole diatribe. For I think we spent as much time as that as we had spent on doing all of the quests thus far. Good old Silk running on lower simulated frame rate. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll never... I still to this day will remember the first time I understood what frame rates were. I was playing, I think, like the first Dark Souls, and I could not figure out how the game was... Because I was I mean, I was probably in like a freshman in high school, and I didn't have anyone in my life who explained any of this stuff to me. And I had seen frame rate differentials my entire life, but I just didn't understand what was going on. Because the way I described them is it looks like the thing is happening at the same speed, but in fast forward. Like if you play something at like 20 frames versus playing it at 60 frames, it feels like the thing is happening at the same speed, but almost like it's faster because it's like cleaner. It's a higher resolution, frame rate resolution. Resolution being a weird choice of word there, but yeah. And then I remember the first time I really encountered the insanity around frame rates being weird is when they tied frame rates to how things break in Dark Souls 2. So when they let you like actually go to 60 frames, everything started breaking twice as fast. Probably just didn't want it running on funny on different rigs. Yeah. I mean, it definitely was probably for the consideration of like console and other things. It's just that like 60 FPS is not so uncommon that the 30 FPS doesn't become quite noticeable. And I have to wonder, would really it have been, because if it was running at like a locked 60, people running below that would just see that as 30, right? And it would still technically be a hit on performance, but is that Silk really such a hit at performance? Because I feel like if it's at 60, when you're down to 30, you're fine, because you're not going to see that it's going to look like 30 still. But if you're at 60 and it's at 30, then it's much more noticeable. And I don't know, man, it's just weird. Sometimes they make such weird choices to be performant in this game, knowing nothing about the back end of like why they're making those choices, but like they'll make performance choices like lowering the frame rate of the silk flapping in the wind, but then have the amount of reflections bouncing off of Gerfurler's eyes be crazy. So, CJ, good to see you. Glad to have you. The clipping on the hood. Oh, the pick goes through it. Good day, Alio. Are you here for more work? I could certainly use the help. That was more Australian than anything. Also, I need to prepare that in case we go to Mericidia. Oi, crikey, Alio. Good day, mate. Thanks for having another deft hand at my disposal. We'll speed things along enormously. How's Uvlo getting along? He's doing quite well. All things considered, the only hurdle to speak of has been his complete lack of funds. Couldn't even afford to lodge himself. He's assured me that he has no qualms sleeping under the stars, but I can't very well have my employees camping in the wilds like common vagabonds. In the end, I invited him to live with me. He may not always think ahead, but it's plain that in all the respects he's quite thorough. He's neat and organized, never once been late, and is ever quick to ask questions when something confounds him. I like Uvlo. I suppose as a natural consequence of his upbringing, he said he never lacked for mentors growing up. A much different life than the one I led. The men of my people spend much of their time alone, and as a result, many of us develop habits more lax than not, myself included. Even so, I find his scrupulous attitude refreshing. That's interesting. Chitona's society is interesting, because then there's interesting parallels between the Vieren, like the Rava and the Vina, and then also the Chitona. And it's also interesting that Uvlo had that sort of upbringing, seeing as traditionally he would have had only a mentor. Is there work to be done? Just so, Uvlo. If you're finished taking stock, I'd ask that you accompany Elio to gather a few more things to sell. Of course, working with someone more experienced than myself is always a pleasure. I love Uvlo! Good. Today will be very similar to the last time. I want you to bring me more of my popular products, namely those that benefit the soul. Firstly, cut them from a fragrant tree that is said to purify the body of toxins. Secondly, if anyone used the terms toxins, unless they're talking about like very specific things, don't trust them. Anytime someone just starts saying chemicals or toxins, don't trust them. Immediately be circumspect. That doesn't mean that everyone who ever uses that term is like, obviously there are times where toxin is actually the correct term, but anytime when someone says it has chemicals in it or toxins, don't trust them. At least don't trust them at face value ever. They may not be bullshitting you, But if you want a general life advice for what a high likelihood of being bullshit it is, if someone says it has chemicals in it or toxins, I will keep saying that. Yeah. Body, secondly, a type of amethyst that's treasured in Yaktral for its purported ability to calm troubled spirits. In his defense, he does say purported here. While usage of these items differs slightly depending on the customer's cultural practices, they're generally thought to ward off evil humors accumulated in the mind, body, and soul. I also like that they're still touched into, like, it'd be very easy to feel like, oh, well, we know a lot about aetherology and the ethereal sea and blah, 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 and so everyone else does. And it's like, that's not how the real world works, let alone this world in which that there are people with, like, cultural beliefs and practices and things that are maybe not necessarily tied to, like, factual understandings of certain things. Not all information is immediately disseminated the second someone figures it out. Fascinating. Wood and stones? I thought health to be the realm of medicine and alchemy. It makes me wonder what the hidden power the objects arrayed here might possess. Also, to be fair, within the confines of 14, crystals and metallurgy has a broader application. Well, metallurgy, like geology is. Gemology has a broader practical application because they can be a lens through which they can be used as magical foci. So, like, there's a chance some of this isn't bullshit within the confines of the physics of 14. I feel like the story that's being written is not that, but makes me wonder what hidden powers the object arrayed here might have. Of course, I'd only sell products of proven repute, but even that is no guarantee that an item which positively affects one person will do the same for another. Some even purchase goods based solely on the fact that they're pleasing to the eye. Salves take many forms, as I've learned. That explains the sheer variety. Do you travel the continent in search of new goods? Not quite. I depend on gatherers such as yourselves, mostly. That and a handful of trusted merchants. I dare not leave the shop unattended for long, you see, and, well, I have my reasons for not venturing beyond the city's gates. Burn one too many bridges, I'm guessing? But enough of that, yeah? There's work to be done. You can find what I need in the northern region of Wachumeqimeqi. As always, the higher the quality of your delivery, the better your reward shall be. I'd like to test my hand at collecting both, Elio. I hardly suspect you require any practice, so I trust you will decide which task better suits your skills. Probably just didn't want to run it footing on different rigs. Yeah, I guess, like having it locked is not having deliver Shuya's apothecary supplements gathered near the House of Winds hide. Oh wait, yeah, Wachumeqimeqi, northern side. God, it always throws me off that we start in the north of Wachumeqimeqi. It's not that they chose a locked frame rate, it's that choosing 30/60 is weird to me. Hey, any of you guys play on console, actually? Like, any of you guys play on PS4 Pro? Well, do any of you play on PS4, PS4 Pro, or PS5? And if so, which do you play on? He is precious, yeah. Human eye can't see more than 20 frames per second or anyway. Yeah. What would a Mericidian Gobby sound like, Elio? Alright, Tracy, mate. Good to have you. Oh, that's not... What would be a good name for it, like a name? Oh, that's not a gobby boom. This here's a gobby boom. Good, CJ. Good. Well, not to hurt yourself, but I aim to please at the very least. And solid reason, and wise of the world, and collect. Definitely engage the skeptometer at that point, yeah. Detox, bro, I detox every morning when I take it. Very good, Liz. To be fair, he said that is, it's said to. Yes, you're right. But also, the degree to which he believes these work or don't drastically changes at least some of my opinion of him. Because, I mean, the comedy also just said, I wouldn't sell anything that doesn't work. It's like, well, it works for some, but not for others. Okay. Look, as long as he's not asking anybody to bleach their asshole, he's a step above some. So what are we thinking Mericidi had a war with? Dodo? Chocobo? Well, Bear City had a war with Alag, but he said not of something of repute. Not that it works. You're right, Astoria. Also, that's the rules lawyer bullshit that allows people to sell, you know, snake oil, right? Well, I never said it worked. All I said was that it had been known to at times offer an effect that some might have felt. Okay, let's get this. Oh, bullshit. Come on, give me the 25%. Give me the 25%. Ah. That's why we read all the lines. And also, I just gotta buy stuff to see him. I'd go buy stuff just to see him. Salves come in many forms, that boy. Wait, what's the Gabi version? Salves come in many forms, that boy. Oh man. I know that we're never gonna see a different race of goblins. Look, we already got 2 races of goblins. I'm happy, right? But if we did get a race of goblins in Maricidia, oblins, because like, well, we've got goblins, hobgoblins, moblins, boblins. Boblins sounds like, I don't know, like, hey, I'm walking over here. Well, you know? I believe I saw a script turn in. Yes, I did. Wait, that's a script exchange. No. Is there no turn in over here? Is there only one in Solution 9? That's a bummer. Wares which cater to our spiritual needs are popular amongst customers old and new. You gather the finest of them from Wachumeqimeqi. You left me speechless once again. I'm almost afraid to examine your delivery for fear of tarnishing its beauty. I shall have to maintain a delicate touch. This is more than suitable. Good work, Elio. You got quite good at this, I must admit. How many hours do you reckon you spent searching for Earth's finest bounties? More than I'd like to admit. I am returned. Woodcutting and amethyst. I hope they are up to your discerning standards. Okay, it's getting easier to swap between. Welcome back, Uvlo. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh my. Well, I can certainly sell the woodcuttings as they are, but these amethysts, they're almost flawless. Where'd you find such a rich vein? I'm something of an expert in these subjects of minerals. You see, I hail from the snow... Oh, yeah, I forgot to explain to you where he's from. He's from the Scotty Mountain Range. I'll show where that is on the map. I hail from the snow-capped mountains of the Scotty Mountain Range, where I have naught but rocks and snow to gaze upon. To the untrained eye, one stone is much the same as another, but somehow singular essence, which we have learned to identify. My people believe that these to be the souls of our forebears, returned to their ancestral home, and we carry them on our person as a form of protection. Scotty Range? Never been, but your words paint a picture well enough. Few in my own continent have traveled so far, to say nothing of travelers from Tural. Don't you have a map, Elio? I believe it would do Master Shunye well if we consulted it. Oh, this was made for me! I mean, to be fair, I already know this, but this was made for me mainly because it's telling people basic lore that they should have an understanding. Well, it's not basic lore, but it's interesting lore that people should have an understanding of. But also, it kind of puts me out of a job. But also, it doesn't matter because most people aren't playing Wachumeqimeqi anyway. I bet the actual amount of player base that plays this is probably sub 20%. But that all said, pull up the map. Let's show. Ooh, actually, pull up the map. Let's see if it's a high-res version. Please be a high-res version. right up in here. Here, the Scotty Mountain Range. Give me a second. I need to save this. Dominating central Othar, the mountains mark the border between the Burn and the former kingdom of Dalmasca. This is literally... I have read this book enough times to know when you're just straight quoting EE2. The range of precipitous mountains begin in the east of Othar and extend west into Ilsebar. Had this natural barrier not shielded the region of Dalmasca from the barrens waste of the Burn to the north, the latter's devastation may have spread even further southward. It's not here. There is some place where that exact... I mean, obviously, everything I just said is effectively the same, but literally how that is, that exact sentence is in, I don't know if it's in the explanation for the Vina. I don't remember where it is. My clan is known as the Vina Viera. Their settlement can be found in and around the Scotty Range. Kuguma village is among them. Holly, good to see you, glad to have you. Nope, you're not too late at all. Just going through the minor gatherer. We've only been going about an hour. As is common with other Viera clans, the women oversee day-to-day life in Kuguma, while the men dwell outside its gate as protectors. The land is harsh and unforgiving, but the knowledge of our ancestors teaches us how to hunt where prey is scarce, and forage where frost kills all but the hardiest plants. In this way, we lived until the Garlean Empire rose like a blight upon the earth. Although we were never threatened by them directly, the nations we called neighbors fell one by one to their ambition. Our elders decided to cut off all contact with the outside world, but as the time went on, more and more came to realize that such extreme measures were untenable. Oh, that's an interesting retroactive... It's not quite a retcon, but it is definitely an interactive recontextualization of the removal of Viera from particularly Eorzean and outside societies within the prior few decades, particularly like the last 50 years. Because, I mean, the Viera would have never particularly ended up in Eorzea that much anyways, just geographically speaking, and also not being exactly a huge portion of the population. But particularly arguing that not only was their general insular activities a part of it, but on top of that, mixed in the fact that Garlemald's constant attacks, well, not even attacks on them, but just like general acts, made them even further withdraw. Which, honestly, to be fair, I might even have said this in the Viera video I did years ago. Viera of Vina Viera withdrew even further. Okay, lore question of the hour. What is the other, no looking it up, what is the other clan of Viera and where do they reside? Our elders decided to cut off contact, and so, some years back, it was decided that one among us would journey into the outside world to gather the most precious resource of all, knowledge. Knowledge. They must grasp complex workings of the larger world, attuning themselves to the pulse of a modern life until it beats with their own. They must return to the village and teach all that they have learned. And you are this person, I take it? That is correct. My family name, Gajefwaswe, means cloud. Ooh. Write that down. I need to, I don't have a dictionary. I'll just write it. Bina. Although, actually, no, this was already on the, this word was already either in EE2. No. EE3, or it was on the... This word specifically was, I think, maybe on the forum as with a post from Koji, or post from one of the lore people. And like a cloud, I drift from land to land, eventually returning to my home to provide the nourishing rain of knowledge to my people. That's cute. I see. That's why you're so eager to learn of the Shitona. From their way of life, I hope to extract valuable nuggets of wisdom that will help my own people. When I heard of the Shitona, I imagined how we Viera would live across the sea. How would our long lives play out in a different environment? What sort of society would we build? People so far apart, but so similar. I had to see for myself how you fared. Uvlo, I love you. You are my, you should be protected at all costs. Not even, not just protected. Uvlo lives the type of life I would want to live. One of the types of lives I would want to live. I was 14. We all know the only type that I will ever truly want to live is a pot pact, as a pot sworn with the Moblins. I apologize for speaking so long. Thank you for lending us your map, Elio. I can tell you really care for your people and bear a heavy responsibility. They are my family. Although my path is not an easy one, I would climb even the sheerest cliff for their sake. You really would, wouldn't you? Never mind that. Thank you for sharing your story with us, Uvlo. And thank you both for a job well done. I look forward to hiring your services again, Elio. So I'm not too late. Yeah, definitely not too late, Holly. We're only halfway through the first one with Mining and Gathering. We haven't even done fishing yet. Finally, Dollstrail trying to make up for lore blocking Elio in the MSQ. Rava, some sort of forest. Rava and the Goldmore. Yep. Do you like what we do? Consider you should report for sign up for Patreon. Patreon.com/archives. Get your name in the thing above my head as well as colored name change over on the Discord. Rava and Vina, good job, guy. Good to glad to have you. So where do the Viera that were in the Storm and Blood Alliance raids stand? I'm assuming you mean Stormblood. Here, why don't we do a quick history of the Rava and Vina? So the YouTubers actually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Infinite. Your super chat. Oh, so real shit is the voice, preferably now in an Australian accent. That's not a garbage boom. Or that's not a garbage boom. This is a garbage boom. Evilly takes place in the Goldmore, right? Well, the one of the raids does. So, if you have in terms of the alliance raids, you have those are there we go. You have the Royal City of Rabanastre, Ridderana Lighthouse, and the Orbone Monastery. The Orbone Monastery is here in the Goldmore Jungle. Basically, all of this area is the Goldmore Jungle for the most part. You have Volnane down here, which is the part of which is the one of the capitals, lesser capital of Dalmasca. So you have the Royal City of Rabanastre, which is so all of this is the Dalmasca basically for the most part. You have Dalmasca, Eastern, Western Sand, right? So you've got the Eastern Sand on this side and the Western Sand on this side. You have Dalmasca here, which is the Royal City of Rabanastre. And then you have the Ridderana Lighthouse, which we don't exactly know where the Ridderana all that we know is south of Rabanastre in a remote corner of the Valnard Seed gapes a fathomless maw that for centuries has slowly devoured the world around it. So the thing is that the Valnard Seed basically only goes up is here. So we know that the Ridderana Cataract and the Ridderana Lighthouse are somewhere in here, but presumably they're not as far south as the South Sea Isles, right? And they're not further south than that because presumably the waters actually change. You've got like the Siren Song over here, the South Sea Isles here, and the south. You've got the Corvosi Narrow and the Bounty up here. So this has to be the Valnard Sea. So and it says south of Rabanastre, so presumably it's in here. Now, what was the original question about the Viera that were in Stormblood and Alliance raid stand? So, the Viera that we know of from the Stormblood Alliance raid, is there any other than Fran that I'm forgetting? Fran basically was a member of the Rava in the Goldmore Jungle and instead decided to join the Dalmascan Resistance. However, the Viera of Goldmore Jungle particularly basically hide themselves out and and are basically the keepers of many of the ancient ruins that reside in there. And then the Scotty Mountain Range Viera are not really a part of the Evil East as far as I can think of. Obviously, they didn't become playable races until the next expansion in Shadowbringers. One of the examples of a Viera that we get in Shadowbringers also, though, is... oh my god, why am I forgetting your name? It just had it. The Gyaru Viera. I feel like I'm gonna get flack for saying that, but she is a goddamn Gyaro Vieira. Bosnia Vieira. Lilija. Thank you. Lilija. I don't know who I was thinking. I literally searched that. Lilija is another example of a Rava Vieira who ended up in Dalmasca because some Vieira do end up outside of their native homes, end up being part of normal society and taking on names that are also maybe not necessarily associated with their corresponding grain. It's Lilija was what I was thinking of. Thank you, Chrissy. Holly, does that answer your question, or do you have further questions about the Vieira? Evilise takes place in Golmore. Yeah, one part of it. Orbo Monastery is probably on the edge of the Golmore jungle. If I'm not mistaken, there is... let me look at my maps. I'm fairly certain there's one of the maps actually shows us specifically where the Golmore jungle is. Also, there's a description for it. Beckoned by the Aura site, you arrive at the Orbo Monastery, vestige of an ancient civilization lost beneath the twisted roots and vines of the Forbidden Jungle. The Jirai papers claim the holy sanctuary to be where the tale of young Bidray... No, it's not in there. There's somewhere else that it's claimed. T photos. Photos. Maps. Here we go. Maps. Yeah. Okay. Here's the high-res version of Othard. I don't think you guys can see it, though. Now you can. So, if we look at this, this is the high-res version of the map of Othard that exists in Stormblood. Why? Okay, there we go. If we look here, you can see this seems to be where a lot of the structures in particular are around the... So, the Orbo Monastery is almost certainly in this area, as these are the ancient ruins that are kept in. We also know it's along a river, like a major thoroughfare of water. So any of these are possible, but it's almost here in central Golmore. So you've got northern Golmore, central Golmore, and then southern Golmore you have Volnane, which is on the sea. God, I wish I knew what that said, because it'd be super help trying to find the Ridderonic Cataract. We don't really know where it is. But yeah. I was just wondering if they were related to the same tribe, but there wasn't information to go off of. I'm sorry, if who was related to the same tribe. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking there was a tribe over there that in that area because she had to get permission from the higher ups. I thought there was more of them over there. Ah, yeah. There's no evidence whether Lilija's forestborn or cityborn. If I'm not mistaken. Notes. You might be right, but let's check it. Field records. Field records. Oh, okay. I think I might have a field record. Collection. Field records. Lilija Sacharis. A new recruit to Garland Ironworks, Lilija first awakened to her talents as an engineer while receiving an imperial education in her native Rabanastre. Her academic accomplishments won her acceptance to the prestigious Magitech Academy in the imperial capital, but ere she could relocate to commence her studies, the resistance forces launched a large-scale offensive that transformed Rabanastre into a battlefield. The young Vieira was forced to seek refuge in Doma, where she was sustained herself by repairing machina and designing custom contraptions. Word of her uncommon expertise chanced to reach the visiting Jesse, who offered her place in the ironworks. Having been an admirer of the organization due to its part in the liberation effort, she accepted without a moment's hesitation. So yeah, the native Rabanastre, I feel like that's pretty ardently suggests native cityborn. In fact, is there another? Am I crazy? Is there another field record on her? If so, I think it might just be that one. I think it's just that one. Yeah, I don't see another one. Okay. Oh, there's a new Vieira that showed up in the quest. Okay, yeah. So you're talking about specifically Uvlo and the Vina. I'm trying to think about other Vieira that show up. Obviously we have Aaronville's of Shitona. What's a list of some? What are some of the Viera? Viera NPC, Almet, Abyahi. Abyahi's Shitonen. Or actually, Abyahi wandered around. Abyahi probably is Abyahi's almost certainly a Vina. Oh, interesting. No, she's a Rava. Okay. Also classified, her body's type's Rava. Chatty Shitona, post researcher, Simet, Aaronville, familiar. Fran's a Rava. Itoka's Shitonen. Shitonen. That's Lente. That's all the Lentes people, but they're almost, I believe all Lentes tiers should all be Raven. Lilaja's a Rava. Well, actually, I guess she's a Rabanasteran. She's a Dalmascan. Leifa. Well, then there's also the Viera of, obviously of Fenau, which I don't know if they technically use the model, but they're V's, right? You wouldn't call them Rava or Vina, even if they technically use the model. The same way that, like, a character can use the model of, you know, a Midlander here, but be Thavnarian, right? So, like, Lena's a good example, right? She's a V, but she uses, she also uses a Rava. I keep getting thrown off by the white hair. Yeah, Loimet. What actually appearance? Okay, a lot of the Fenau, but not all of the Fenau, use Vina models. Oh, you know who's a Vina? The Viera from, that's who I was thinking of. Loifa from the Sage Quest line. He's a Vina. Do you have any other good examples off the top of my head? I don't have the top of my head. Let me see if I see any in this list. Appearance, Vina. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it looks like most of the Fenau, I don't know if all of them, but most of the Fenau are definitely Vina. Or, well, they're not Vina, but they use the models of Vina. Yeah, Loifa would be the biggest other example of a Viera that we see that I can think of. The blonde Viera, but wasn't she an orphan? Yes, but yeah, Lilija. Sophie, which one's Sophie? Sophie. I'm forgetting all this stuff. Oh, duh! Gunbreaker questline. I was like, okay, yeah. So Sophie's another Vina. What's Sophie's story though? Joined the resistance group in Dalmasca when she became an adult until she was captured during a covert mission and put the Garlean in jail where she was awaiting execution. Yeah, so she joined the Dalmascan Resolution as an adult, but was she, after crossing Alameda, was she, the two travel Ul'dah, Sophie travels with the Brown and work for Yellow Jackets, hires them to escort the Gundam. Is she... Sophie's Vina with blonde hair and pink tie. She normally wears something. Personality. I think she's, biding her time while Sophie shares her story with the wandering minstrel of her home in Rabanaster and working for Rowena, gathering tomestones after the Warrior Blades adventure of the first. He tells the pair of, okay, so it also looks like Sophie's like Lilija in that case. So yeah, so I would say that I can think of, and the other thing is like with Loifa, he was, since he was a child, in the care of Eorzeans, or at least Charlie. He was in the care of people who were not great, right? So like, Uvlo is probably, and please anyone correct me if I'm wrong, the first like major Vina, like Skade Mountain Rage Vina that we've like seen as an active part of things. Yeah, Dez, Loifa. Yeah, the Sage Quest guy. Yeah, and then Sophie, yep, the blonde Viera, but wasn't she an orphan? Yeah, so Lilija became an orphan, yes, but as far as her things as her native Rabanaster implies that she was never a She was not became an orphan and then ended up in Rabanastre. She was orphaned in Rabanastre because of Garlemald. But I recall Fran saying in Orbone that refugees were turned away from Vieira lands and they took shelter in the yes, correct, Chrissy. Yeah, the Golmore, most of the Rava, particularly the ones who stay in Golmore, are very insular. Yeah, it's also implied that he's that pale due to his enchantment, so it might be the model only thing like Ysayle. Are you talking about Uvlo? Because Uvlo's paleness would match up being a Vina. Or are you saying Loifa? I'll return home immediately if they learn aught that may pose danger to my people. Otherwise, I'll return once in every other winter to share the knowledge I have acquired in my travels. Loifa, okay. My village cannot be reached by established lands or air routes, nor can we rely on the Aethernet. My village cannot be reached by established land or air routes, nor can we rely on the Aethernet. Returning there is a trying and expensive journey in and of itself, during which I cannot fulfill my duty. So not doing it super regularly, so that way you don't avoid wasting time. I always thought Loifa was pale due to his illness. Going off of what Sebi says, I haven't done the Sage questline in at least a year, since I did it on Elio. That makes sense, but here, let's look up let's look up some of this stuff in eTools real quick. Loifa is seen in Okay, his model is definitely Vina, so that's a starting place. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything if you're right that I mean, to be fair, even for a Vina, his skin is pretty pale. After the training. Here, give me a second. Maybe EV3 has more to say on it, because I'm not having an easy time finding anything. Friends. Faces of Labyrinthos, Faces of Garlean. Oh, you know what? Let's also look at the Faces of Bosnia and see if there's anything further about Villager while we're here. You have an entire Faces on the Bosnian Resistance, but you don't have something on Villager? Maybe she's in the Garlean Ironworks, but Away with the Fae, Faces of Amarang, Faces of Dor, Faces of Lucia, Makers of Mean, Vanquishers of Virtue, Faces of Starium. No. Faces of Firmament, Faces of the Studium, Labyrinthos, Abner, Jesus Christ, Garlemald, Elpis, Echoes of Old Faces from Journey's Past. Here we go. Now we're starting to see. Sophie, a native of Rabanastre of Dalmasca. This Vieira of the Vina clan joined a resistance group as soon as her sex became manifest in the later half of her teens. Alas, she was captured by the Garleans during a covert operation, and though she later managed to break free from the prison, all of her kin had been put to death. Since then, the 20-year-old has been traveled with Radovan, and two having met in captivity and escaped together. So yeah, so Sophie is a native of Rabanastre. So that confirms that. Wait, you have a thing for Gildevan, but we don't have a thing for Loifa? What the fuck? That can't be right. He must be over in like the Sage fucking section or something. I mean, it's also weird that we don't have a thing for Lilija. Unless I'm just missing it. Okay, let's look at the Sage section real quick, just in case, because that would be weird. We have a thing for the villain, but not for... Nope. Okay. Well. Oh, stage. Here we go. Ah, here we go. Loifa. Here we go. Originally from the Vina village in the Skade range, Loifa was afflicted with a dire lung ailment from birth. Though he took up the master in the traditional fashion, both believed he was living on borrowed time until a healer by the name of Gildevan appeared, promising the cure. That explains that. So yeah, so Loifa is the first then major Vina within a story. Let me see, rapidly before Uvlo, because he was, but also technically he's been a part of our culture since he was a child. It's also by these Loifa, yeah. I always thought that Loifa was pale due to his illness. It could be either, but Mahid and Ansel look very similar. I think if you look at his model, compared to Uvlo is pale. Like Loifa is literally. I actually think you can't recreate Loifa as a character, because if I'm not mistaken, his character model I actually think she uses a shade you can't even use. Like that level of pale. It could be either Mahod or Ansel. They look so Mahod or Ansel. Why do I not? Oh, he's one of the people that works with them. Right. That he's got the pale. It is interesting that Mahod also does have. Their clothing looks very similar to the It almost looks like a variant of the clothing worn by the Arons. Okay, back to the story. Only a bit of a tangent. It's good to see you, Alio. Come to Good to see you, Alio. Come to see how business is doing. That took a second. I have finished my work. If you require Elio's aid, then allow me to help. Of course, I'm grateful to have such an eager worker in my employ, but I must remind you to rest. Even you have a limit, surely. My master trained me well for my role. An endless journey requires endless vitality, and I was prepared to endure such trials. Also, don't call me Shirley. Well, I have no reason to mistrust your judgment, but I know how tiring a long journey can be. Don't hesitate to take a constitutional at your leisure. You do? I thought you rarely ventured past the city's gates. Oh, you seem busy. Should I return later? What is this? Ooh. Upyota, welcome. Feel free to browse my wares. My employees here shall be glad to help with anything you might require. Employees? You hired more? 2 more? I hoped against hope that you quit this foolish distraction after the old codger retired. Just how many moons do you intend to stay cooped up in this city, playing shopkeep like a child? If there's anything you wish to order, simply say the word. That is why you're here, isn't it? You never did listen. Fine, if you insist on keeping this up, then I could use cleansing supplies for the household. You know where to make your delivery? That was my sister. Born of a different mother, but my sister all the same. Among the Chitona and the Vieira where you hail from, I'd wager, it's not an uncommon circumstance. The gender of my people becomes apparent as we grow. The large majority are women, with men being somewhat of a rarity. Thus, we generally do not marry a single partner, as is common with other people. Polybun boys! Polybun boys! Give me a second. Yep. Okay. Just want to check something. Forsake noon. Embrace Bun Boy. Thus, we generally do not marry a single partner, as is common with other peoples. Most of our siblings are from different fathers or mothers. But regardless of blood... Oh, wrong voice. But regardless of blood, a customer is a customer, and her order must be fulfilled. A delivery of supplies that our people use to cleanse their homes in the midst of bustling cities. Sprig of Saka sage and purifying waters like Nikware Rippy. I'm completely out of boats, so I'm tasking you with Journey to Shaloni and gathering whichever best suits your skills. Count on us. I shall go too, and bring back what Elio cannot. I'm pretty sure I can get all of it, but if you need any help, let me know. Forsake me, Kote. Embrace Bumboy. He says as I go to Mewatsona. Mewatsona. Mewahitsona. There we go. Mewahitsona. There we go. There we go. Getting my mouth around it bit by bit. Dooby-doo. Where are you now? Embrace Bumboy. Probably use some gathering food. Honestly, with how many side tracks I get on, maybe it's fine not to, though. Reminder, if you're using collectibles, do not forget to use Solid Reason and, what is it, Ageless Wise? No, Ageless Wise is the river. What is it called in the botany? Ageless Words. As they will increase the amount you can gather. Even collectibles on the table otherwise. Come on, give me a wise to the world. No. Okay. Getting your mouth around it. Look. Poor choice of words on my part. That, I don't need that anymore. I do need one more of these, though. Also, I made a small list of potential S9 mounts based on the vehicles. Do share. Do share. Let's see if I can get at least one out of this. I'm not hopeful. Yeah, I ain't getting shit. Well, let's hope on that 25%. Ah! Did it get auto retracted? Yo, V, are you around by perchance? Also, I just saw the meme he posted me. I still need a little bit more. Also, did anybody say whether they played on PS4 or not, or did all are on console, or did everybody say? Is everybody here PC? Yeah, it wasn't us. If anything got eaten, blame YouTube. Definitely not our fault. Come on, come on. I just need one. There we go. And just in case, let's get an extra for the road. Cerulean Embers by Dusk. And that was Eorzean with Cerulean Embers by Dusk. Now moving on to Tomorrow's Magic. We'll be right back after these commercials. Six-wheeled hatchback. muscle car, cross between DeLorean and a Dodge Challenger, cargo van, hover cart thing, variant with arms canes, robot elephant. The robot elephant could work. Apologies about my sister. Less than friendly attitude. Nevertheless, she has made an order, and it's our duty to fulfill it. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, 5, a 6, a deliver. Excellent work, Elio. Although I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm half tempted to deliver keep this delivery for myself. But alas, Uvlo should return soon, and we can't get anything together to send. And then we can get everything together to send my sister. You play on PlayStation, Holly? What was even the question I was going to ask about PlayStation? Oh, Holly, you play on PS5. What is the average frame rate that PS5 plays at? Like on max settings for... I profess I've only played on console like a couple times, so I don't have a good sense for its differences, or like even if you have many visual settings, or even do you have the option for performance mode versus quality mode on PS5 for 14? Everything seems to be in order and all to my standards. Thank you both once again. You said these cleanse your home. How exactly? Do they keep insects away, or perhaps they keep the floors clean? Indeed, they do serve such purposes, but more importantly, they're essential to uphold Chitona customs. Even among those of us living in cities, keeping in harmony with nature is of the utmost importance. All things breathe in the energy of life: earth, sea, the rivers and forests, the rain, wind, and sun. Every animal that walks, swims, or flies is beholden to this energy. By attuning ourselves to its flow and availing ourselves of its blessings, we become part of it, and thus part of every living thing under the heavens. And so, when we choose a place to live, we do our best to keep things as they are. We fell trees only when absolutely necessary, or else live in a natural shelter of caves. Some of our small settlements even make use of buildings abandoned by other peoples. I wonder if they're talking about the adobe huts built by the Yokui. When they... Because abandoned by other peoples would necessitate an older peoples that predates them. Of course, the Chitona are not a monolith, and since the Dawn Servant unified Thrall, many have come to hold different values to their ancestors. Nowadays, Chitona are not an uncommon sight even in metropolis like Tulialau. Not even consider embracing change. Some even consider embracing change to be part of nature's flow. However, no small number of city dwellers in Chitona feel an almost unbearable sense of suffocation when inside cramped buildings. I see. I suppose there's supplies are a way of allowing nature's blessing into your homes and maintaining your connection to its cycle. Exactly. Saka Sage is native to the wilderness of Shaloni, and is purported to be closely linked to the greater power flowing around us, which lends its potent cleansing properties. Nikwe Repe feeds into several bodies of water, Lake Toari among them. Such water passes through the countless valleys and under vast reaches of the sky, and connects us to the unfathomable journey. Well, that's interesting. Interesting! 100% full HD, I have it on 55-inch screen, though. What FPS does it play at, though, Holly? Do you know? Like, does it have a locked 60? Wap Yoda lived near those waters for some time, in fact. After her children set off on their journey, she settled down in Tuliolal with a new family. But she maintains a strong connection to the natural energies she was once surrounded by. So we best not keep her waiting, eh? I would go myself, but I've had enough of her scolding for one day. Could you go in my stead, Elio? You can expect a satisfactory reward in the for your troubles, I promise. What you thinking, Ublo? What you thinking? I would point out that, particularly in this quest, I don't think... at least they're not framing him so far as, like, particularly a snake oil salesman. More just, like, tied to the general cultural understandings for a lot of these objects. I was gonna pull up the map. What was it? Oh yeah, Lake Toari. He said. Is Lake Toari? Yeah, okay, Lake Toari. And then that feeds in from the north, where you see in like Tender Valley and stuff. My question is geographically, like, presumably this is not supposed to be Lake Toari. I think it's way too big. Also, that would imply that the space between Shaloni. Well, maybe. I hope not, because that would make this continent feel much smaller than I feel like it's supposed to. But I mean, like look at similar things on here, right? Got the burn. Yeah, okay, that can't be right, because that means that basically the entirety of Doma would be the same size as Lake Toari, which is just not correct. Assuming this is all to scale. Or that, like, literally all of Shisui would be the size of Lake Toari. Oh, 9006, that's a new one. I think it's locked at 60 because I'm still playing a PlayStation 4 version on the PlayStation 5. Okay. Then the fact that they locked the that flag back on Workers Armor at 30 is even more weird to me. Like, when a large chunk of your console player base, unless PS4 players are like struggling to hit like a locked 30 or something, I guess that makes sense, and they're really just, you know, you bad Math the Lake, so it kicked you off the server. Yeah, the only reasonable thing that could have happened. Close that. Open that. Take it. It says I've got a ding. Oh, it hides because of the announcement ding. That's what. But yeah, presumably that lake can't be Lake Toari. I mean, it could be, but it would just, unless, it would just mean that the map is so off scale that literally the entire island, that Hingashi, Mount Rokon, and the entire island on which it sits is the same size as Lake Toari and Shaloni, which just doesn't seem right. And also, it would make one of my favorite places in the world, the Great Lakes, seem like a pond, and that is just such an underwhelming representation of the Great Lakes if you've ever been to them, whether in Wisconsin or Minnesota or Michigan. I finished putting together Upyoda's delivery. Please be careful with it. She lives in the Resplendent Quarter. Here, I've marked it on your map. Master Shinyan, I would go along with Elio with your permission. Consider it a diversion from my work. You have been urging me to take time to relax, after all. You have a stranger idea of relaxation, but I see no reason to object. Very well, you both can deliver the package to my sister. Apologies for the imposition, Elio. Let us depart at once. As a developer that kind of just smells of someone in QA saying, hey, this flag is causing problems 2 weeks before release, and not having time to investigate it properly. Sure. The fact that it wasn't just that flag, I mean, not the, yeah. Yeah. It just seems like such a strange choice. Yeah, when I first did the dungeon, I assumed they cleaned it up on a later patch, so I'm surprised it's like that. I usually would be exactly in the same boat as you, Sebi. This patch has been weird. For those of you who have not been playing a long time, and but for those, like, typically the QA in this game is on point. Like, I saw one error in all, like, any kind of, like, major graphical error or hiccup in all of Endwalker on 6.0 release. And that happened during the pandemic. Dawn Trail, on release Dawn Trail, numerous, and 7.1 has been worse. I have found floating geometry. I have found issues with, like, level, where the texture of the levels are mismatched. I don't know what is going on. My hope is that they're trying to implement new QA solving measures and they're suffering some growing pains, or something, because, or possibly just a byproduct of, like, a lot of the graphics update, causing new problems as well. But 7.1 has been a buggy patch by 14 standards. I may occasionally do kicked off the server out of nowhere for no apparent reason, and my Wi-Fi still works, but I thought that was my internet provider fault. Yeah, Holly, I've been getting kicked off randomly for a while now, for the past couple months. It may be my internet because I'm A, up in the mountains, and B, have basically my Wi-Fi is in the garage, and I am on the opposite side of the house on the floor beneath it. So I'm like, I couldn't be really further away from it if I tried. And we have like we have like multiple Wi-Fi routers basically that are like mesh connecting them. And I think what happens is it just get a blip for a short period of time, and then it doesn't need to be very long of a blip for it to say, oh, you've lost internet. Here she is. Let us complete our task.
Oh, you two. I saw you at my brother's shop, yeah? I take it he asked you to deliver my order? Yeah, everything's here. I must say these materials are of higher quality than I've come to expect. My brother has his good stroke of fortune with you two, it seems. I apologize for my conduct before. It was unbecoming of me, and I hope to make amends. But above all, please help my brother succeed in his endeavors.
You appeared rather unsupportive earlier. I was under the impression you wished he would quit his shop and leave the city. Why? Surely life here is not so terrible as a prospect.
I thought there was something different about you. You don't hail from Tyrrell, do you? My people value living in harmony with nature above all else, and settle only where that harmony won't be disrupted. In small villages, usually. They're built and maintained by our woman. The man traveled village to village, fostering our bonds with one another. Our families are built upon the relationship between parent and child. When a child is born, their mother and father become inextricably bound to each other as well. Mothers live with their children until they become independent, while fathers continue to travel. As the seasons turn, the men visit their families in each village they pass through.
But he wants to remain.
Although their time together is fleeting, it's always precious. Talk until the small hours of the morning, sharing all that has happened since we last met. Fathers tell us how the other villages fare, and it makes our small settlements feel so much larger. Although there's no one place we can point to as home of the Shitona, we're connected in this way, like roots of a great tree.
Fascinating. We Viera lead such different lives, yet even so, there are shades of similarities. I take it Shunye did not always live in Tuliolal then.
He used to travel the land as well. The bond with his family was formed in a small village to the north, among the tall mountains. Yet, not long after his departure one season, the village was suddenly destroyed. None survived. Small village to the north. Tall. No one knows exactly what happened, but those who saw the aftermath said that nothing but scarred and scorched earth remained. Terrible sight.
That's what I immediately wondered. Makes me think of Vidral.
Since that day, Shunye ceased to travel. For 50 years he's lived in this city all alone.
50 years, so it can't be Beliarmanda. 50 years? That means, how many winters has Shunye seen exactly?
He was born shortly after the formation of Tuliolal, so that would make him 80 or so, I suppose.
80. All this time I have been a fool. His nature is so amiable. I thought of him to be the same age as I. How could he have forgotten my utter rudeness, prying into his past without paying him for the proper respect? Oh God, I must apologize to save my honor and my life. How old are you, Uvla? Probably like I've seen but 32 winters. A babe compared to Shunye. I mean, by that, I mean, he'd be like 20, and Shunye would probably be like, probably like 35, like late 30s. But also, yeah, I would have thought he would be. Viera men must pay the utmost respect to their elders. Those who forget this do not live to become an elder themselves. I must make amends with Shunye. You are his sister. Please, tell me what I can give him. I don't think Shunye cares, but you seem quite insistent, so perhaps something you could sell in his apothecary? A Pelu friend of mine told me that his highland of Urkopacha, one can find rare plants and minerals, flowers that bloom but once in many moons, emeralds with enchanted power, patterns, and more besides. A brilliant idea. I shall depart for Urkopacha at once and collect the finest items I can. Elio, I must request your aid. Although the burden of shame is solely mine to bear, I fear that I alone cannot gather enough items to make up for the magnitude of my disrespect. Will you agree? Please, it would be my savior. Sure, Uvlo, sure. Thank you, Elio. I shall leave at once. Let us meet again at the apothecary to deliver my offering. I make fancy web pages, though not 3D video games, so take that with a grain of salt. Yeah. I suspect, honestly, it was not a QA decision. I suspect that that was a conservative estimate for making the game as performance as possible due to the fact that the PS4 was still being supported at the time of the game's existence. I do wonder when they'll end PS4 support. I suspect there's a possibility that never might be the answer. It will really, because the difference, PS3 to PS4 is more like, right now, I don't think their choice in development is necessarily, I shouldn't say not hindered, but I don't think if they ended PS4 support, we would get like more maps, or the maps would be structured that different. Because I think they're like, cadence of MSQ and story development and the amount of maps and all that stuff is more baked in. It's not the same issue when, for instance, it used to be that A cities had to be split up in two because the entire size of them couldn't be handled, right? Fostering bonds is a heck of a euphemism. I don't think in that case it was necessarily just a euphemism. I do think it was about, fostering bonds and connection. But yeah. It's weird, though, because it will happen in the early part of the day, or most people at work are not home. It's not even during the busy hours, so I don't know what's it. I suspect, Holly, it's either on their end, or what it is our ISP is blipping for long enough that we, the server just counts as a disconnect. Okay, Infinite, have a good one. Thanks for joining in. If you could do the final outros for doing all the links, I'd appreciate it. Join our Discord, discord.gg/archive for community events, updates, and a lot of lore discussion. Thank you, Infinite. Speaking of, we will also be doing mount farming today on Wednesday. It is our Wednesday mount farming day. Priority will be things before Dawn Trail. However, if we have enough people who don't need anything from before that, we will do Dawn Trail. But yes, priority will be getting everyone caught up. We had like 17 people last time, so. Night, Infinite. You know, it's funny. I was so certain, like, oh, we're gonna get through this super fast. What am I, you know? But honestly, we're still on 1, and I've already been going for. I mean, to be fair, I've only been going 2 hours, and I've been making all sorts of asides. So we're making good pace. Oh, I only needed 1 precious material. Whoops. Whoops-a-daisy. I'm assuming that was supposed to be a hidden item, so you had to have high enough perception in order to be able to even see it. This is why you make sure your gatherers and crafters are equipped appropriately, so you never have to think about it. Please deliver the rest of my offering to Master Shunye. I would do it myself, but I must stay in the position as a form of repentance. It's a custom I learned in the Far East, and I've yet to find a better way to express the shame in one's heart. Uvlo, I love you. Welcome back, Elio. Uvlo told me about everything. Most emphatically, I might add. There's much I would say on the matter, but as I've taken to understand you get me a gift, I would happily receive it from you first. My word, Uvlo's gift alone left me speechless. This is surely more than I deserve. Materials of this quality can only be gathered by truly skilled hands. I'm grateful, you can be sure. All is forgiven, Uvlo. In fact, there's nothing for me to forgive. As Upyoda told you, my people live with their mothers until they come of age. From her, they learn all the skills and knowledge they need to flourish, without any strict hierarchy among the men. While I appreciate your gesture, I would be much obliged if we could continue on as we have been. Well... As you wish, Master Shunye. I'm glad we reached an understanding. Now, let's get back to work, shall we? Before that, regardless of whether or not I owe you respect, I still pried into your past, only to seek my own curiosity. And for that, I am deeply sorry. There's no need. It wasn't as if I meant to keep it secret. So, let me clear the air. What Yoda told you was true. My travels ended 50 years ago after I lost my family. To us, death isn't something to be mourned. It's merely another part of the cycle of life. I should have carried on and found a new family in a new village. But I couldn't. Not while the cause of my family's death remained a mystery. Do you know nothing? The complete destruction of a settlement, even a small one, surely would not have gone unnoticed. I think you underestimate how small. You could count the number of houses on one hand. To reach the nearest proper village, we had to traverse 2 towering mountains. You could have witnessed the incident. Scale the... Okay, I need to make a video on, like, trying to map out the geography of the places we haven't been to. Ouch. All not yet. You could have witnessed the incident. The scale of destruction was too great for bandits. Many have suggested that a Tural Vidral was to blame. I was lodging in the aforementioned village when the Titans reached me. A few days prior, a streak of light had scarred the skies, so bright that it was clearly visible even in daytime. It disappeared behind the mountain peaks. Soon after, the earth trembled. The trees and mountains shook and wind bore dust through the valleys. 50 years? This happened 50 years ago. This would be 1527, thereabout. Nothing in here. I mean, obviously Garlemald starts assaulting Othard at the time, but that wouldn't have an effect on anything. Disappeared behind the mountain peak, and soon after the earth trembled. The trees and mountains shook, and the wind bore dust through the valley. Also, I mean, it makes me think of assume it's a meteorite.
That sounds like a meteor. That was my conclusion I reached as well. A meteor from the heavens struck my family's home by pure chance. Anyway, it's only a theory. And you would think that the evidence of such a tragedy would be more definitive, but hey, it hasn't been quite that easy. Wait a moment, please. I'm gonna be honest, I was not expecting... I mean, I knew there was gonna be a lot of good lore. Everyone kept telling me. I was not expecting Wachumeqimeqi to be this juicy. What is this? Stones like this were found scattered about in the ruins, as if the heavens themselves wept to see the devastation. I've taken to calling them azure tears. I've been in this business for so long, I can hazard a guess as to their true nature. And I believe the proof of what befell my family lies within these fragments. Even so, decisive evidence continues to elude me. Then again, perhaps my desire for answers causes me to see connections when there are none. But even if I wanted to, I can't let it go. Ooh, that lands. Hot damn, who wrote the Wachumeqimeqi quests? I shall do my utmost under Master Shunye's employ. For now, that is all I can do. Welcome back to my apothecary, Elio. I always appreciate you stopping by. We're as busy as ever, as you can see. Although since we last met, Uvlo has been acting strangely. He brushes off all my attempts to help and works with a singular focus. I think he still believes he crossed the line, asking about my past, and is focusing his efforts more than usual to make up for his perceived affront. All of which is to say, I've no work for you today. If it was Ishikawa, I mean, I was gonna make a joke about did Ishikawa write this? Well, if our tasks for the day are done, I think we should try to unravel the nature of these azure tears you found. I understand now. You squared away today's work so quickly because you had hoped to employ Elio's energies on the tears. Not exactly, yet I admit that the thought did occur to me. I have found it difficult to think of aught else, at least. What could those stones possibly mean? Truth be told, I can scarcely imagine how we might prove they are connected to a meteor. Just as difficult as it is for me to admit, Master Shunye, your theory remains just that. Yet, if we were to find a similar crystal at another location where meteors had fallen, but then we're going to the Jatika Heartland! Would that not provide sufficient evidence that the two phenomena are related? I don't think you'll find anything. I've asked all who would listen if they've seen anything resembling the tears, but even the most worldly of my connections say they're quite singular. Perhaps they are the only object of their kind in this world. In that case, it would be rather than any precious jewel. I believe your inability to find any information on them gives us all the more reason to look. Elio and I have yet to search for them, after all, and you know our skill at finding the rarest of specimens. I heard it, yeah. The thing I'll say about like it being Ishikawa is that would make sense, seeing as she was more of an overseer, so she'd have time to do like some of these more side stuff. The quality of it does. I kind of hope it's not Ishikawa, if only because this is so good, and I don't want 14 to only be written by Ishikawa. I do think that 14 only being written by Ishikawa would be amazing, but I think 14's better for having more voices. Yeah. Dude, I saw someone get upset about Kate Quinner the other day being the like localization
person and being like, oh, it was so much better under Koji. And I'm fairly certain Kate was the lead starting with Shadowbringers because Koji left after Stormblood to work on 16. So, like, the two, like, everybody likes Endwalker and Shadowbringers broadly. And she was on those. So, weird. I want to know the truth. Come on, we can't give up yet. You too? But yeah, Storia, let me know if you happen to find it. Very well, but I'll only make this imposition on you once. You've done enough for me already. Now, there are several locations in Tyrol where meteorites have fallen in the past. Oh, perfect. So they said it at the PAX panel. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie. It does feel like it's written by Ishikawa because it's immediately really good. You know what part of the thing is? Here is, I think, the number one thing Ishikawa does that so far all the other people when they have written in MSQs and even not side quests don't do as well. I think if I could boil down Ishikawa's strength to one thing, she makes every step interesting rather than about getting to the climax and the climax being interesting. The story of Uvlo by itself and his relation with Shunye in this conversation from the first quest was interesting. Everything was interesting. Before the meteorite tier showed up, I was already interested and bought in. And I was compelled to see these relationships and these interesting dynamics develop. And now we're not even at the end and we're introducing an element that's really, that's juicy and I'm excited to find out about, but I was already bought in. And I think if you look at even Dawn Trail and like having replayed it right in some of the critique we talked about, is that part of the problem with intrigue, right? Not having enough intrigue throughout and the steps going through being juicy enough in their own right. I think that's one of the main things that would definitely help. She also knows how to make her characters interesting and have quirks without being too blatant about it. Yeah. I mean, I think that there are plenty of interesting characters crafted by people other than Ishikawa on that. I mean, like, yeah, she's good at that. I do think I have a problem with the degree to which people bemoan, let's say, characters in Dawn Trail, for instance. If you don't like Wukamot, that's fine. But I think the degree to which people don't like Wukamot is a little weird. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. Yeah, and I know, I'm not saying you're saying that, CJ, I'm just kind of, I'm sorry. That was me shadowboxing against things I've just been inundated with lately. Yeah, I was comparing to non-FFI4 readers. Yeah, pop media. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, and that is absolutely one of your strengths. You're absolutely correct. The Sexudros crater is purported to be the largest by scholars who study such phenomena. However, over the years, nature has healed the scar left behind. Soil has accumulated and trees have taken root. Now the area is known as Yacht El. Actually, when else have we... I think the only place I've ever heard that term, that I remember seeing that term, was in a sightseeing log. Sudros crater. What became Yacht El, or more specifically, Jatika Hardens. But I doubt the little earth and wood can deter you. Somewhere under all that wildlife, you might find material that has lain there since the meteor struck. If you find something that resembles the tier, then we might be able to solidify a theory of what transpired 50 years ago. We'll know that they came from a meteorite at least. Well then, let us waste no time. Off to Yacht El we go. Who was the story writer for the Dark Knight's Quest? Ishikawa. Ishikawa wrote the Rogue storyline, wrote the Dark Knight Quest storyline, wrote Shadowbringers and Endwalker. There are other things I know she worked on. She worked on the, at least the Azim Step part of Stormblood, which arguably is one of the better parts of Stormblood. At least a lot of the character dynamics in Stormblood. The best character dynamic stuff in terms of writing in Stormblood, in my opinion, is done in Azim Step. Whether the entirety of the Azim Step itself is the best part is, I think, super negotiable. Oh, that's interesting. The upper area is mined. So this is interesting. So I was certain that we'd be going to the Jatika Heartland because the meteorites fall. But based on this is implying that digging up the truth that the meteor that hit also counts up here, right? Because this is like where this area is Yaktel, right? Up here is Ikbrash and all this area, and then this is the Jatika Heartland. Also, I'm curious. They say the mountains. And living in other, presumably they have to mean the northern. Well, northern mountains could. God, what I wouldn't give for a high-res map. Oh, you know what? Actually, here. If we zoom out, let me get rid of. Can I get rid of? I can get rid of these at least. So we've got these up here, but that's not living in. So this is a mountainous region up here. So I'm gonna go on a leaf, and they said north. I'm gonna go out on a leaf, and I'm gonna assume that the area he's talking about is probably somewhere like here. Yeah. Oh, hey, you can see a body of water. That's Toari Lake. Okay, cool. And that's probably Metsona and stuff. Or sorry, Metzona's up here, and then down here is probably the long ass name that I cannot pronounce to save my goddamn life. This one, or no, what is it called? The Luateni Yawawasa, or something like that. But presumably, I'm gonna suspect the mountains he's talking about are up in here, because the only other place that makes sense really are some of the coastal mountains that you can see out here, and those are so close to Shaloni. Although to be fair, he wasn't out in Shaloni. He hasn't been around for 50 years, so it's possible this thing. I think this is out, these areas, these guys are where the Wallachui and stuff are. But yeah, I really hope we explore more of Shaktaral. Yeah, I just really did the Dark Knight story over again. It's still very good. I want more stories like that deal with the main character's internal struggles. Yeah. Yep. Agreed. Dark Knight story is really good. I think in terms of the stories that are really good, the job stories that are only going off of the ones up to Stormblood or Shadowbringers, basically, because I think Shadowbringers on for introduced jobs, all of them are good. Like, none of them are bad. Some of them are quite good. But in terms of, like, the old ones, Red Mage is quite good. Dark Knight's probably the best. Scholar's actually quite good. Ooh, perfect. Thank you, Astoria. I'll definitely watch that after stream. Part of the problem was that they didn't give other characters enough screen time. If they had balanced pacing the right way, people wouldn't hate her as much. The thing is, Holly, here's why I disagree with that. They did that, and it was called Stormblood, and everybody hated Lise because she didn't have enough development. So, like, the thing is, people keep comparing Dawntrail to Stormblood, but what's hilarious is Dawntrail and Stormblood are actually kind of like inversions of each other. I don't think on the face of it, the thing is, it should be Wuklemat's story. Like, to just be frank. I think we need, like, I think it's, if it was the goddamn Warrior of Light story again, then I would actually start agreeing with people that this is an anime story because it's all about the main goddamn character all the time. You know, it's a hard balance. Yeah, I don't actually think the amount of Wuklemat is the problem, because there's a lot of other characters and other expansions and people don't mind it then. I think it is more fundamental than that for some people. Personally, that's my feeling. I've been trying to watch a lot more videos the past 2 weeks about, because I usually don't consume a lot of 14 content, but I've been watching a lot more videos and reading a lot more, like, comments and stuff about it. And on the one hand, I'm kind of glad that I have, so that I have a better sense of, like, what people are frustrated by. But on the other hand, I feel like my mental health took a fucking nosedive a little bit from that, because, I don't know, man. It genuinely just, to some degree, and it feels like some people just want to be mad. Yeah. Like, let me put it this way. This Dawntrail is not a story about the Warrior of Light. It is a story about two things: community and coalition, and how we deal with how we deal with death, grief, moving on, and those emotions. can we let go or can we not? I mean, it's more than that. But the thing is that Wachumeqimeqi needs to be a strong character. And one, she actually has a really good arc. Like, actually takes a character who I would find mildly annoying but somewhat endearing at the beginning and turns into someone that I think is actually a respectable leader by the end of it, like an earned leader. Who is a representation of all the lessons that she has learned in the first half, which is important because all those lessons are specifically juxtaposed to the second half of the story in the Alexandra being the antithesis of all that, right? Oh, kicked my camera. Look, y'all don't know me to need me to fucking argue why Wachumeqimeqi is good or bad. All I would just say is I don't think part of the problem is that the story isn't juicy enough in its first half. In part. Which means that some people are bored and the story and progression that is being given to characters, in some cases like when it comes to Bakul Jaja, right? Or Zeralja, is that they don't have enough done, but the problem isn't actually necessarily time. The problem is that the story relies on kind of a level of subtlety and deftness with those characters to make it feel like that the understanding and revelations of them afterwards, while it can make sense, particularly in Bakul Jaja's case, not necessarily in Zeralja's case, it just doesn't work. The emotions aren't there. Yeah, I like the ninja storyline quest. It's very quirky. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you like Oboro and like that kind of stuff, it's definitely good for that. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm screaming into a void in terms of like, one, it's not good to be like, no, you're wrong. But also, I'm just like, I don't know. I should really consolidate my thoughts around this rather than just proclaiming it, but I feel people are justifiably frustrated with the game right now, but I feel that frustration is getting aimed outwards at anything that they think it might be rather than what it is. And also there's a level of hyperbole that's mismatched. As an example, there is a problem with 14 right now. There is not enough content that can be enjoyed by everyone, and the content that is coming out, like in the 0.1, it's usually okay for it to be a downtime, but the problem is that what content we did get, for the most part, almost all of it that is repeatable is only for people who either want to play at a certain level or are willing to beat their head against a wall at a certain level or have a group of people to play with. That's the problem. We need more repeatable content that is mid-core and things that people can play. That's real. Dawn Trail as a story did not reach the heights of Endwalker and Shadowbringers by a lot of people's standards. I would argue that's a problematic stance in that Dawn Trail is effectively a soft reset and needs to be a bedrock as well as what it is. I find it more satisfying than most, but there is a problem. People are not wrong. People are not wrong that the rate at which we get solutions to issues feels too slow. People are not wrong that Yoshi P is maybe not necessarily super communicative with the the player base as much as maybe he needs to be right now, with people feeling kind of frustrated and disconnected. People are not wrong necessarily that they want to keep playing and being told to just, unsubscribe while they wait is not doesn't make them feel better. They're not wrong in these things. These are justifiable and real. But I think that ire is getting turned into an extreme level of, it's because Dawn Trail's a terrible story. It's because the devs don't care. It's because they're resting on their laurels. It's instead of just being frustrated, everybody's going to war, Fingers crossed 7.2 will fix the content thing. It will. Here's the other problem. Here's the fucking problem, is that it will. In terms of, 0.2 is going to have Cosmic Exploration and Occult Crescent, or at least Occult Crescent. I'm pretty sure they confirmed about Cosmic Exploration too. It's going to have the content people want. And the thing is, it's always been like this. The 0.1 is always effectively a little bit of a light patch content so that they can make heavier patch contents later and give themselves some time to work. It's always been like this. This is not new. It has been like this literally a decade. So people aren't wrong to be frustrated that it's been like this and that maybe it needs to change.
part of the problem is, though, there is a lag time on this, so all the feedback that has come in with the past 4 months can only be implemented by the time the new patch comes out effectively. The turn time for changes is relatively slow, and on top of that, that's 4 months if you're being optimistic. And game dev, man, you should always be looking at any feedback given in 14. If there's a mass wave of feedback, the solve for it is probably at minimum 8 months out. You know? I really don't hate lease. I don't hate lease, Holly. The thing is, I actually don't think most people hate lease. I think people are frustrated because they don't care about lease and they want to. I think that's the main problem. I don't think people actually hate lease. Partially because there's nothing really to hate there. There's just a character that it has a lot that is supposed to ride on her shoulders, but isn't developed enough throughout her story. And doesn't get, you know? Fingers crossed, 7.2 will fix the content thing. It looks like we have a lot coming. Yeah, and we've known we've had a lot coming for a year and a half, right? Since FanFest, we have known that this was coming. Yeah. I think the only reason I might have had a little issue with her, I don't think she was really ready for some of the responsibilities she got, but she had a lot of other people around her to help her lift her up. Yeah, that's the problem with lease, is that, ironically, there's not enough lease in some ways. Yeah, the upside of the content drought is Endwalker babies like me get to level up on our jobs. And that's the other thing, Sevi, is that most people, so the other issue is that the content drought, which honestly, this isn't the drought. The drought time is between the 0.55 and the new expansion. But the drought that it happens during 0.1 is great for newer players, actually. But if you're either a older player or you're a newer player who goes hard, it sucks. And that's valid. But also, we can be critical and also thoughtful and chill. Man, god damn it. I didn't mean to get on. I get on too many soapboxes, I'm sorry. The upside of content is, yeah, this person I have so much to catch up on. Yeah, I don't know my beef with it is I don't like babysitting. Beef with what? With who? With what character? I'm sorry, you got roped into this, but I'm looking forward to seeing what you can find all the same. What we seek is most likely in Hydaelyn. You'll have to dig deep, but I know you're equal to the task. I have some deep earth fragments. The ancient mud and sand found in Kexadros crater has solidified into stone-like fragments, which may contain trace materials left behind from meteorite impact. Interesting. Well, okay, so that's trace material, so the crater is probably still a crater. Oh, I need to buy some script. Again, be critical. Be critical. Just be thoughtful. And also, you can be incredibly critical and in kind, too. You know? Like, you can be like, I actually think I really dislike Dawn Trails for this reason, and here's why. But also do it with an amount of, like, assumption of whoever made it was trying and cared. Because I'm sorry, if you think no video game gets made by people, like, for the most part, people who don't care. Devs don't get paid enough. They could go into so many other sectors if they didn't care and make so much more money. Do I have? No, I still need to get all these. Okay. Buy that. Getting prepared for more fishing. Honestly, kind of makes me want to like just start up a stream that just says you're wrong about Dawn Trail. See who like comes into chat and just argue for like I don't not unwarranted conflict or calling people stupid, but just like, you know, like actually debate about the points. I mean, and then the other reason there's a problem with taste, right? There's always a problem of like I can make all the points about why something could be executed properly, but if it doesn't work on an emotional level, it doesn't work. For someone. Isn't that how your streams usually go? No, I spend most of the time talking about lore, thank you very much. And then every so often, y'all get me on a diatribe about shit like this. Amazing. This is painfully composed material entirely different to those found on the surface of Hydaelyn. Much more dense, much older, and shaped so beautifully besides. So you've done well, Elio. With both your and Uvlo's sample, we may be able to reach a conclusion at last. But yeah, Holly, what were we talking about babysitting? Did you discover aught? Well, I was able to detect small fragments of deep blue substance, and when I shined a light on it, its color did indeed resemble the tears. But even so, there wasn't enough. As far as my abilities can discern, there's no way to say for certain that the two substances are on the same. I see. Yet you admit the possibility that they might be related. These are good tidings. We simply need to keep digging, and eventually we will find a sample large enough to give us a definitive conclusion. I did not expect the journey to be finished after just one outing. I shall return to Hydaelyn as many times as it takes. Why must you do this to yourself, Uvlo? You needn't feel obligated to help me resolve this personal matter. At the end of the day, it won't teach you any more about the Shatona. You're correct. I admit that digging deep in the soil is not a task that will help my people thrive. Yet hearing Yoda speak with such affection about her family and seeing you suffer so deeply from the loss of your own, I came to a realization. Though we may call ourselves by different names, both of our peoples cherish family above all else. My village suffered the same fate as yours, but not rest until I found the cause. I could not suffer to live with myself otherwise. And I know you feel the same. That's why you still have the tears, even though they hold naught but painful memories. Before you said that your long years running this shop allowed you to guess that stones were ready due to your tragedy. But I know that deep down, you started this apothecary because you knew it would bring you closer to an answer. As your employee, it is only meet that I should help you achieve this goal. Allow me to help you, Master Shunye. Cute. So reckless you are in your own journey, but so diligent in helping me along in mine. I hope you at least manage to save a handful of coins since coming here. If we're going forward with this, I must ask that you spare Hydaelyn future digging. I wouldn't sacrifice the region's natural beauty in my quest, nor damage another's home. There has to be a different way, but I shall require time to find it. When I do, I only ask that you be there to help, Elio. Can I count on you? Of course you can count on me. Thank you. Truly, I have to sell a good portion of my stock to pay back the debt I'll owe you after all is said and done. Main protagonist of this expansion. Wukulma? Okay, but... Okay, how do I do this politely? We don't babysit Wukulma. If you feel like we do, that's fine. What we do is we are invited to help someone who is in a nascent stage, and we are a mentor who helps them come into their position through the first part of the story, which they ardently are doing all throughout, starting at a base place that they establish the character at, and rapidly growing into that role in a way that is meaningful and established. And then through the second half, we're definitely not babysitting. I am sorry, there's just no argument to say that we are babysitting Wukulma through the second half of the story. And in the first half, again, I would not say we are babysitting. We are mentoring, and I think the Warrior of Light as a mentor is a much more interesting and beautiful role than just being, hey, we're the hero of the day. We're the guy that we're the protagonist of everything. We're the main character. Let's be the main character all the time, and let's just save everything. And aren't we so cool? And aren't we so brave? And aren't we so, like, I'm so sick of that in media. Like, I'm so much more interested, and I know I'm saying what I'm interested in, right? This is not what you're necessarily saying, but I am so much more interested in a Warrior of Light who is a mentor going around connecting people and helping them grow into their positions and their roles. And I think there's a big difference between babysitting and mentoring. And I also think that if Wukulmat was the same Wukulmat by the time we got to Shaloni as when we arrive in Tuliolal, you would be correct. Our annoying cat. Ah, see, Holly, I don't know this. I'm annoyed at the annoyance, which is not helpful nor demonstrative of anything. I just think the amount of ire Wukulmat gets seems really off because this character is not... I think the closest you could get an argument for it is maybe the repetition of seasickness, but that only happens about 4 times throughout the story. over the course of what should at that point be 15 hours. And then if it's enthusiasm or the care for her people, I don't know, man. It kind of worries me that people find that annoying. I don't know. Feel free to counterpoint that. Maybe I missed something. You're here just in time, Elio. I'd seek counsel for my best gatherers. Uvlo, a moment, if you will. Before we begin, I'd once again like you to offer my thanks. What you brought back from Hydaelyn was more than I could have imagined. Even so, our efforts were lacking. We still have yet to identify the origins of the tears. Have you thought of where we might go next? In a manner of speaking, I suppose, but I must warn you, I can't say for certain we'll find anything. Most of my knowledge of the tears comes from stories I've heard from fellow merchants. In fact, I was a merchant from Ikbrash who suggested Hydaelyn as a place of inquiry, given its history with the meteorites. We'd often exchanged information as well as goods. And although that lead ultimately bore no fruit, looking back, I believe my mistake was relying sorely on complete information. You'll need a perspective from a merchant in Mamuk to have a whole sense through the picture. I see we're on the same track, Elio. The merchant in question was of Jabral, and as such may not have been privy to the information of Mamuk. Although the two tribes are now at peace, their history is one of conflict. Even if the merchant hadn't been one of their ancestral enemies, the Mammal-Jaw who populate Mamuk are known to be wary of outsiders. I understand times have changed in that respect, but I wonder how realistic it would be to try and seek information in Mamuk. AC, you can't come 4 hours into his stream and ask that you miss anything, or 3 hours. You know, the answer is yes, but like, we've just been doing the mining gathering one. You been there before? Of course. We've been working together for so long. I almost forgot about how you storied your history is. Obviously, the right of secession brought you to every corner of Taral. Then I'd give you this task, Elio. Go to Mamuk and speak with the people there. Perhaps someone has seen something that resembles the tears. Let me ask a better question, Holly, rather than just yelling at you. What do you find specifically annoying about Wukulmat? Not just you find her annoying. What is it specifically? And let's engage with that. You should accompany her. I can manage this shop well enough in your absence. That's kind of you, truly. But if you're even half as good at gathering information as you are at gathering materials, then your talents would be wasted here. Please go with Elio. I shall remain here and await your gift of good tidings. You can be sure of it. Then let us depart from Mamuk. I was helping a friend stream about more adventure. Oh, it sounds good time. But I'm not too late. Yeah, welcome, AC. I want to make a good sequel out of it. I want to make an edit of the scene where she yells over Tulio Lal with the "fuck you" scene from Coming to America. I mean, Des, you know what the wonder is? Just throw that all into DaVinci Resolve, and I'm sure you can make it in 5 seconds. I don't know. I didn't feel like we were being a mentor. We didn't get many options to give her opinions or anything. We do, though, in most of the key points throughout, like, Kozumaoka or Kopacha, we do, like, get specific pieces of dialogue we can offer to her. And also, mentorship isn't just specifically we teach you a specific lesson. It's also, like, aiding you on your journey so that you can grow into your role, right? Again, arguing for my point, not to, but I hear you, yeah. To you, it felt like babysitting, and that's legitimate. When I say I disagree, I'm not saying your experience of it is invalid, because I can't invalidate your experience. I would just argue that I think if Wukulmat remained very facile, even into like the Hydaelyn portion of her story, I would be with you. But I think the thing you can say is that her bravado dies away relatively quickly by the time, basically after the point at which she's captured in Kozumaoka. So after Urkopacha 1 and Kozumaoka 1, right? Starts to die out and is pretty firmly, her competency and ability of self-sufficiency is established by the time we get into the Jatika Heartland. Or basically by the time she fights Bakul Jaja at the top of Hydaelyn, right? Which is only about, at that point, 2/3 maybe into the first half of the story. I guess to me, the expression of mentorship is not a byproduct of just, you should do this, right? It is a guiding hand and allyship that helps support someone along their way towards becoming what they aim to be and what they should be. But also, part of that from us is all the lessons we've learned along the way from 2.0 to 6.0, and being able to emphasize those and that worldly experience through, like, to be fair, like, part of that information is not just through us, but disseminated through the other Scions as well, right? Sony Movie Studio issues compression for Discord. Yeah, that also works. Yeah. Just render it out with AV1, and render it out at a low bit rate. We should be fine, Des. I'd agree that maybe we don't get a lot of input. There's a lot of waiting for them to arrive at the conclusion. Yeah, I guess, to me, good mentorship is inputting when necessary and letting people find their way otherwise. A guiding hand is not like, you should do this. We're, you know? Like, I feel like we are an ally and a comrade from another culture, providing our experience and then also aiding them along their way. Again, obviously, this is my take on it. To be fair, it's like Ghoul Jaja wanted us to use a safety net and largely hands off rather than guide her like a mentor. Felt more like we were emotional support for her. Yeah, to be a safety net, largely hands off, or guide her rather than her like a mentor. Yeah, there's not a better way to learn from your own mistakes, right? Yeah. And, like, AC actually makes a really good point about that Ghoul Jaja wanting us to basically be more like a safety net, right? I do agree, but it doesn't help with people feeling like they're not part of the story. Yeah. I guess, here's the thing. Here's what seems strange to me about people feeling like the Warrior of Light's not part of the story, is, like, we're crucial at every step, right? Wuklamot does not succeed without us. And Wuklamot does not become the ruler she becomes without us. We are a linchpin. Our experiences, our knowledge, what we have gone through are linchpins towards the betterment of the whole world, because we instead of just fighting every battle, we're helping to, like, create a future that is better by dint of making different, like, communities that are better. Tuliolal being a coalition of people who can now live in harmony, who are able to better live in harmony, and who also are now connected with the outside of world because of our connections, because of, like, who we are. Like, without the Scions, you don't get Tuliolal making a pact with Razat Han. And while, yes, that was a part necessity, it also allows for now an interconnection for different people across the world. Because remember, Tural has been mostly cut off from the entire world, right? For the most part. Like, yes, there are ships that travel from Limsa to Tural, but it's still relatively speaking, compared to the rest of the interconnection of the world, uncommon. So, like, the Warrior of Light is a linchpin there. We're a linchpin in Alexandria. We are, you know, the ultimate axle under which the conflict against Sphene turns from a practical standpoint, but from an emotional and thematic standpoint, it turns around the juxtaposition between Tuliolal and Alexandria. And Tuliolal only works as a juxtaposition as strongly as it does because it has leaders who represent what they do because of the Warrior of Light and Scion's allyship, right? Again, maybe I'm intellectualizing to the point that's like, well, that's all true from a thematic or writing standpoint. None of it's felt, so it doesn't matter, right? Yeah. I really hope the feedback they don't take is to make the Warrior of Light the main character all the time again. Because, guys, there's so many fucking anime games out there and games out there that you can, like, there's so many games where, like, yes, it's a power fantasy, you're the main character, blah, blah. But 1 of 14's strength is an actual world and history and what the Warrior of Light has been through. And as a linchpin and an adventurer who's helping to bring the world together, I love that. And part of what is, instead of just being powerful, we are experienced, we are knowledgeable, we are adventurer, but we are mentor, and we are someone who can bring people together. I think that's a good thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's tied into what 14 has been about up to this point, you know? We're here. I suppose we have to split up and seek with whomever we see. You disagree? Ah, yes. Master Shunye did mention the Mamalja here are wary of outsiders. Then you take the lead, Elio. I shall follow and learn. Would you say it's a bad thing? Thanks. I've made stuff for Discord before, but the compression kills frame rate quality. Okay. I was just trying to offer help on that one, does. Trying to think of bit rate. I mean, honestly, with that, there's no reason that like a 3-second clip should be more than a couple hundred. Like, you should be able to get that down with relatively decent bit rate, because like that clip mixed with the audio shouldn't be more than like 5 seconds, right? Honestly, really like that she comes to a conclusion that the Warrior of Light, as characterized, probably would. If she was a mini-me, that would feel like babysitting. That would feel like babysitting. Yes, that she's characterized in a way that's different than Warrior of Light. Agreed, Sebi. Yeah, I know, hate her. She's just super annoying. She's like young Naruto yelling at the top of her lungs half the time, and I don't like the show approach. I want to interact more with the tasks than just being show. But that's not specific to Dawntrail. Like, Dawntrail as an expansion has you engage with the tasks more than... Unless you're talking about, like, the Rite of Succession. But to be fair, we do interact with the Rite of Succession. So I'm not sure when you say show version, I'm not sure. And to be fair, like, yes, I agree she starts out like young Naruto. But she moves past that. And I think that's, like, only operating with characters in media res and not having them have arcs, having them start fully fleshed out is not always good. Like, it's good that we see a character who has established in 6.55 is brash and young and inexperienced go from someone who starts that way and becomes someone who pretends to be a hero, but in letting go of pretending actually becomes a hero, right? Kind of like Snow in Final Fantasy 13. Like, we see her let go of that. She's not brash. She's not, like, believe it annoying after... I would say basically after being captured in particular. Now, one could argue that maybe she's enthusiastic still, but also, again, this is going to be, your mileage may vary, but I think it's kind of fucked if we think that enthusiasm is, like, cringe. Like, I find that people who find enthusiasm cringe to be cringe, because that's... Like, what are we doing, you know, at that point? Not that you're saying that, Holly, just general thought. Discuss the Aetheryte. Ooh, yes, tell me. I was taken to understand that Momok was rather isolated settlement, yet an Aetheryte stands at its entrance. It makes me wonder whether one could be built in my village. 'Tis a thought best forgotten. I heard the cost of maintaining an Aetheryte is quite exorbitant. Every day I spend in the outside world, I realize more and more how it revolves around money. Man, I love that they at least call out that. That's cute. I don't mind being support, but the issue with this is that we still have to do stuff. Like, have us do something when the stakes are high. Pretenses have to drop. But we do! Like, every time the stakes are high in Dawntrail, we do something. When Wukulmat is captured, we do something. When multiple fights come up, we do something. When the duties come up, we do. The only time we don't do something is when it is a specific character moment for her when she fights Bakul Jaja in the Jobrit Cinderfield. Right? Like, the Warrior of Light does something every time. Like, tell me one time the Warrior of Light stands back, just doesn't do anything, and Wukulmat does everything other than the Jobrit Cinderfield. The help is great. I'm gonna try. Let me see if I can post something in memes as an example of compression issues. Yeah, I wonder if it was recording issues for the in-game. It's possible, Des. That's why you could lower down the bitrate, or lower down the resolution to 1080 or 720. Another thing may be that if I don't know if Sony Vegas has AV1 rendering. AV1 is different than H2.64, H2.65. And it was way more effective for compression like that.
Oh, I recognize you. You're a Bakul Jaja, weren't you? What business do you have with one such as me?
I was wondering if you knew anything about craters and impacts around here. There might be a crystallized stone?
A crystallized stone shaped like a teardrop. Can't say I've heard of such a thing. If I had, I'm sure I would have remembered it.
I think maybe it would have felt more interactive if we had more solo instances. It feels like we had less in this expansion than before. Okay. Sure. Also, I want to be very clear. I'm not arguing Dawntrail could not have been better. I think I've listened numerous ways before how it could be better. I'm not saying it could be better executed or there are improvements. That is not I'm not like Dawntrail Defense Squad that big. I just think the degree of ire seems weird. Yeah. I think it has AV1. Okay. Definitely use that. Definitely a lot better than H.264. It's not about the money. We don't need the money. One's money. You got to make the world dance. It's not about the price tag. Yeah.
Do you think I remember every single rock I lay eyes on? That's the one thing we don't have any shortage of around here. Maybe if rocks could fill a hungry belly, I'd pay more attention to them. But they can't, so I don't. Now leave me be.
That was my issue. My issue was mostly one character story the whole time, and I like what the other characters are able to share the spotlight. It's not the character all the time. Okay, cool. I can agree with that. Well, at least I can agree that I don't think it's good for it to be all in one character all the time. Definitely agree with you there, Holly. I feel that it is Wuklemat's story in focus in the first half, but by the second half, not only are you occupied with Sphene, but you are occupied with other characters. And like in the first half, you are occupied with Kona, right, and Sphene. I agree that Bakul, Jaja, and Zeralja don't get enough, and because of that, it can even more feel like it's on her shoulders, and that's failing. But it's also Erenville's story throughout almost as much. There are almost as many scenes with Erenville throughout the first half, right? In fact, there's a lot more exposition from Erenville. And then, like, literally, the entirety of the first half is arguably establishes him almost as much as Wuklemat, maybe a little bit less. But then the back half is way more Erenville's story than Wuklemat's to some degree. Like, almost all, other than Namika, arguably, like, most of the impact of living memory from some of its strongest moments throughout the majority of it is Erenville, Kefkiwa, and that relationship dynamic, right? With any luck, someone from here will be able to help us. Both Shunya and I are fortunate enough to have one, so we traveled as you for an ally. That we have come so far as on our own. I cannot say I have ever seen statues quite like these before. I take it these designs are meant to evoke mammal jahids. Of course, I understand the desire to immortalize one's forebears with stone objects. My people do much the same. Yet to build structures of stone in the middle of such a lush forest, no matter how many times I see it, I always find it peculiar. Like the cooking challenge or when they're trying to get the llama. Sure, but that's interesting to me, Holly, particularly with the llama, right? Because we're doing that with her and helping her. And then when she's gone off to try and do the solo thing, because it is about proving herself, right? It is about, we spend all of that time with Erenville. Like, particularly, when we do the llama thing, when she actually goes off to get the llama, she disappears from the story and it's just about you and Erenville for a second, right? It's all about him. Or like when we do the cooking thing, it's mainly the cooking thing is about developing specifically her backstory, but it's about developing the Ikbrash and the Jabral story broadly, because you need each zone to establish the races and clans, right? And then it's like that time is also about Kona, right? And then it's really mostly you walking around talking to people. It's not you with Wuklemat as much during that section, you know? I feel I could have taken a page from 10. Look, everything could take a page from 10. It was Yuna's story, but Titus was just the prologue leading into it, and then becoming a support character, we could have the Titus Wuklemat. The thing is, I disagree, AC. I disagree. I think the world story is Yuna's story, but I think it's still from it is Titus's story. It's from his perspective. Yuna is a Deutero protagonist for sure. I'm not talking about the first half. I'm talking about the first half of which? The llama or the cooking? But as Titus is wont to say, this is my story. Although, to be fair, I wish it was this is our story, because that would honestly have been rad as hell at the end. Can't you see I'm resting? Why are you asking me about crystals? Just take a few steps into the wilderness and you'll practically trip over them. Eh? What do you mean that this is not what you are looking for? And why do you think I care? Man, the mammal job be hostile. And again, thank you for engaging with me. I like talking to people even when we're on different pages. If I seem overly hostile or debatory, it's sincere. Why isn't this an interesting line of inquiry? Hydaelyn was once rich with ores of all hues, but I've never heard of one shaped like a teardrop. I would like a skilled artisan to make a shape like that. Perhaps if some force were applied to the ore right at the moment of crystallization. Perhaps if tears themselves were crystallized. But those are only idle thoughts. Either way, I've never seen such a thing with my own eyes. So what have we learned? Not much of use from where I stand. Elio, if you will. I would suggest that we approach our questioning from a different angle. If we can say one thing for certain, it is that the stone is a rare indeed. So instead of seeking it outright, perhaps we should first seek someone who collects such objects. Llama drama. There's a llama. There's a llama. Here's a llama everywhere. Llama, 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 duck. Good. Then we are decided. Let us not lose heart yet. Denny! Good to see, glad to have you. Scooby-Doo. A gatherer and a mamuk. Doing Bum Boys. Yes, we're doing the Mining Gatherer, and we are on the 98, I believe.
A gatherer and a mamuk? A friend of mine had peculiar knack for it. Every time he came back from a scouting mission, he would have some rare specimen in hands. It was a nice way to earn some extra coin. He's no longer with us, unfortunately. But his grandson works at Golemagic Grove, and I hear his deft hand itself. The boy's name was, That
was weird to just stop. Though I will say, glad we don't have this Suteki Dane moment with Wuklaman. I'm gonna say something sacrilegious about Final Fantasy X. I think Steki Dane is one of the worst. I think the melody of Steki Dane is awesome. I appreciate the context of the moment. I think the moment it is applied is good, but also it is the most like early 2000s like. I don't think other than 14. I don't think that any Japanese or English spoken words, like lyrical words, has ever worked well in any Final Fantasy game other than 14. I don't think it worked in, I mean, I enjoy it in 10-2 because it's campy as fuck, but it's not meant to be. 1,000 words is a beautiful moment, but also it feels so like early 2000s. It feels dated. Steki Dane would work just as well without the lyrical aspect to it. Yeah. I mean, I liked Aaronville's story. Okay. Now, here's a question, Holly. Why do you like Aaronville's story when it's almost the entire time he's basically being a curmudgeon and we're having to pull him out of his shell, right? Why is it that we enjoy the curmudgeon's story and pulling them out of the shell, but the enthusiastic person becoming more responsible is annoying? Genuine question. It sounds like a genuine question. I heard that live at Distance Worlds. Oh yeah, Des? Did you enjoy it? I think I want to be clear that my opinion on Steki Dane of that I think is controversial and probably not widely shared. And Steki Dane, when it's used in 14 is a great moment. So, or in 10 is a great moment.
A collector of red stones and plants, you say? I'm sure I've heard of at least one. Ah, yes, I do recall the young Gosal Jah mentioning his grandfather had quite the collection. He used to bring back all sorts of beats and bops back from his reconnoiters. I admit it has been quite a while since I have spoken to Gosal Jah, so I cannot say whether he or his grandfather's belongings.
The story sounded very familiar. I believe this Gosal's grandfather may be the very collector we seek, or may have been, rather. Still, the obvious course of action is to speak to Gosal Jah, and if you still possesses any of his grandfather's belongings, let's depart to Golemagic Grove. Because he's attractive and doesn't overstep. I am not gonna start from the starting point that the reason anyone likes one character and doesn't like another is because, oh, you're just attracted to him. Because that's just blatantly unfair, right? I'm not gonna ever assume that's like, oh, you like Graha, but you don't like Thancred. I want Y'shtola to be an interesting character rather than just a straightforward character. And a lot of people like Y'shtola, but I would argue that Y'shtola is technically boring. From a technical standpoint, she's a very flat character. There has not been a lot of development with her since effectively. If you take a Realm Reborn Y'shtola and you take Dawn Trail Y'shtola, they're not particularly different characters, right? You know? So all that to say, I think by allowing what we get to see with Wuklama is an arc. And also we get to see that arc in juxtaposition with Alexandria. And I think that's a beautiful thing. Again, mileage may vary. That doesn't necessarily make doesn't make it her not annoying to you the first half. But my generally the way I approach something is if I dislike something, I try to understand why it's doing what it's doing and understanding if it's executing well on its own merits, because that tends to make me happier with it, or at least appreciate it, and in appreciating it, enjoying it more. So that's where I'm coming from. Everywhere we are surrounded by trees of unimaginable height. I feel so small in comparison. The clan of Viera, known as the Arava, who dwelt within the Golmore jungle, would likely be unmoved by such a sight. Instead, their eyes would seek out places where the natural complexion would allow them to blend into their surrounding foliage. By contrast, Viera of my tribe are more suited to camouflaging themselves among the snow-capped mountains. But still, the fauna of this place does have a unique coloring. Perhaps I could disguise myself, if I so desired. Would you turn around for a moment, Elio? Oh my god, I just almost went into Gabi. Would you turn around for a moment, Elio? Yeah. This is also true for me, enjoying the quest characters more than the loud one, but I think it's perfect preferencing. Yeah, and that's a reasonable preference, right? I guess I wish there was more of an olive branch to people like me who find there is a value in this and don't want to just see the same thing repeated. But instead it feels like a perception that somehow Wukulmat's character is objectively bad, when I think she's very arguably subjectively bad. Not in question. So, well, one, subjective in general, but on an objective metric of whether or not Wukulmat is technically speaking executed in terms of what is being attempted to be done within the narrative, she is successful. That does not mean that she's subjectively enjoyable. Yeah. That's probably based on my personality, to be honest, because I'm an introvert, and a story about a mother and a son always pulls my heartstrings. See? Yeah, that's totally fair. And look, Kefkiwa and Erenville's story, like, fucking is... I totally get it, right? I feel that. I'll say, for me, I'm definitely moved a lot by people who start out wanting leadership and are not in a place to have it, who then become in a place to have it and become good leaders. So like I'm moved by that, right? So I'm definitely susceptible to that, Holly. I also like Galul Jaja and his relationship with Wukulmat does as much for me as Kefkiwa and Erenville's, right? You know, so yeah. Speaking of Gabi, did you do the crafting involves mobbies? Not yet. We were saying that. Does Erenville's father have any significance? He is not. No. What is the note I have on that? Specifically, he never knew his father, I believe. Let me see. I just have a note that just says, whoever made Dawntrail and Sorrows of Worldlit has some kind of father issues. Okay, don't have a note. But specifically, as far as I remember, it is directly stated that Erenville never knew his father. He's only vaguely mentioned the nothing. Yeah, vaguely mentioned the... Why bring him up? 1 AC, because we are still in the patch content, and remember that the point 1, point 2, and point 3 are not... look, there is a, like, 80% chance, I'm going to say, that Erenville's father comes up as a plot point at some point. Whether that's in the point X, whether that's in the next expansion. They're mentioning it... 14 is very good about planting seeds. They're planting that seed probably because they mean to pay it off, and also to establish that he doesn't have a relationship with his father, only Kefkiwa. But on top of that, it then seeds the mind to be thinking about that. One, you've had his relationship with his mother. What happens when he meets his father? What is his father like? Does he care about being connected to his father? Is his father representative of the ideals of him or of Kefkiwa? Is it like that dynamic in a story that has been about parents, particularly fathers, but parents in general, becomes a very interesting story. When you have Galulja and Zeralja, when you have Kefkiwa and Erenville, when you have Bakul Jaja and Kona, Zeralja and Wuklamat, when you have a story about parents and parentage and all that, and Bakul Jaja and his father, right? Zerilja. Not Zerilja, Zerilja. I would bet you money they plan to bring him up. I don't know if it's in a point X. I don't know if it's the MSQ. I don't know when, but they're making a point to point that out. And it was in the boat ride over to Tuliolal that it happens. And part of the reason for that, I think, is also to establish that you shouldn't be thinking that you're gonna meet his father, but they also to be start thinking about his mother. You know, exact quote, I don't even know his name, so it could be anyone. Yeah, exactly, Sebi. Yeah, speaking of, why bring him up? Non-serious theory, his father is I doubt that. Yeah.
Oh, hello. Did you need something from me?
You are Gosolja, yeah? Grandson of the renowned collector, so as we have heard.
I am, and my grandfather was indeed fond of showing off his collection. But how in the world did you know that?
We're looking for something specific. A teardrop-shaped meteorite object. Do you think there's any chance your grandfather could have collected it? Here, let me give you the full details.
Well, that explains everything. Still, this is quite an unexpected visit.
And we thank you for your indulging us. So did your grandfather's collection contain anything that might resemble the stones we told you about?
Yes, your description made me recall one of my favorites, in fact. I am sad to say I lost it when I was a child, though, but my memory of it is crystal clear.
I see. Unfortunately, a memory is not enough for us to judge whether the two are related.
I may know where to find it. As you heard, my grandfather served as a scout when the Mammal Jah and Jabral were at war. He was known as a swimmer without equal, and used the cenotes to travel every corner of the forest unnoticed.
Cenotes? Those are the springs which shot the forest, correct? Are you saying they're connected somehow?
Yes, a network of tunnels runs under the earth. One can travel the width and breadth of the forest if you know where to go, that is.
It's such a failing to me on the Jatika Heartland that you couldn't dive into the cenotes and pop up in all the other cenotes. Like, there should be a bedrock of water underneath this that you can swim under. It makes me so sad it's not.
I remember my grandfather said he found the crystal on the mission to Ikbrash. I was lying there on the cenote floor as if waiting for him. It's likely that he found it in the Ikrakshioli, where the waters once ran red as blood. The Jibral would bury the fallen warriors there, and then expect the scouts to be bold enough to trespass.
The story has promise. The samples we found before we were pulled from deep layers of the earth formed at a time immediately following the meteorite's impact. There's no telling how far down these tunnels reach, but doubtless that they pass through the same layer. Naturally, material from these layers would corrode and settle at the bottom of the cenotes, yes? This has promise indeed. Lorelei, good to see, glad to have you. Grusselja, you have given us direction. Thank you, truly.
No, thank you for allowing me to remember my grandfather so fondly. May you find that which you seek.
Let's make our way to Ikrash Soli, Elio. Clearly, Aaronvel was immaculately conceived. Okay, how many of you guys have been up to this water pond up here? In the north? I ask because I feel like a lot of people actually don't know a lot about it. I wouldn't be a good judge of character on how to understand those types of relationships. I grew up in foster care. Sure, Holly, yeah. And so if that doesn't connect to you, then that, like, a whole fundamental part of it doesn't land, right? So that makes total sense. Why part of the linchpin of what that character's supposed to do, if it just can't resonate, then that's gonna make it hard for that character, even if done well, to feel good, right? Yeah. So if you guys didn't notice, there's an entire Wonderwater network here. See, like, this is what it should have looked like under all the cenotes, and then you should be able to pop up. Like this. Oh, that would have been awesome. I think there's a side quest that takes you through one of them. Oh, yeah? I don't remember doing that. I wonder if I've... Huh. There is. Okay, cool. I do hope that whenever we get a Mara City expansion, or maybe even hopefully next expansion, we get more water content. I doubt they're ever going to go back and make water combat available in water combat. Honestly, I'm wondering from a technical standpoint what's difficult about making water combat a thing. Because, like, I mean, I guess maybe the QA around tethering because you're now having to deal with Z, but, like, Honestly, you'd think water combat would be as simple as just doing the same. I mean, I guess you'd have to redo every animation because you're not standing in the water. But honestly, yeah. The y-axis? No, the z-axis. Because x and y is the 2D plane. The z is the... So like, even if you look up like in the top right corner here, you see this? If I walk east, it increases the x-axis. If I walk north, it'll decrease the y-axis. If I get on a mount and fly up, it increases the z. So in the water, you'd have to worry about the z, whereas you don't really as much have to worry about the z when dealing with 14 for combat on land. I particularly love how the sound of teleporting is different underwater. Yeah, we don't really use the z-axis in combat. No, not at all, yeah. I'm sure there's more technical issues than I'm anticipating, but I really do wish we, water combat would just be one way to like kind of, increase the verve. It couldn't be like the thing is it would be more really quality of life than it would be a marketing feature because combat in water in itself wouldn't be any more interesting. Although one downside would be that if you travel into the water, if there's any hunt in the water, that would be annoying to load into, but. So this is Eorzean. I find it hard to believe that these waters were once stained red with the blood of war. Luckily, the cenote is now clear, and our vision should be unclouded as we search. Or should I say, your vision. This is difficult to confess, but he doesn't know how to swim. As you know, I was trained among the snowy mountaintops. You can imagine how poorly I might fare in a body of water. Although it shames me to place this burden on your shoulders, I would rather my soul not join those that were set adrift in the cenote. That is, of course, assuming you possess the skill that I lack. Yeah, I can swim pretty decently. Good. Thank you, Elio. I've ever been able to depend on you when I find myself wanting. You shall be the example I strive to emulate in my future travels. I shall stay here and await for your safe return. Good luck. Oh no, video game combat in 3 dimensions. I can't imagine what it's like. Look, Guild Wars 2 had underwater combat and tried to make it a whole thing. The reality is just, if it's an extension of normal combat and just like a thing that's cool that you can do, I think that's fine. Trying to make it like an actual like thing like making water combat any different than on land combat, I think would be a mistake. It'd be a waste, not a waste of resources, but it would be a poor use of resources and then probably not likely supported. It's solely your burden. Yeah. There are already hunts in underwater caves in the Ruby Sea, and they are a pain. See? Yep. See? Exactly. Didn't even know you could go down there. Yeah, there's a whole area. I wish there were more like skulls or something because the bodies that you could see, like if you could see like the remains of people or something. Ooh, Azure Fragment. Found at the bottom of the Eorzean. This tear-shaped fragment has a faint blue flame. It's interesting that it's found up here and not in the cenotes, but then again, it makes sense that we can't really go into the cenotes because none of the bodies of water are diveable. Just get some ice cream. Monster Hunter 3 had an underwater combat, didn't stick, but it happened. Yeah. Because it's kind of Monster Hunter's different. Putting Z Dimension in Monster Hunter is actually like an actual nightmare because of how Monster Hunter works too. So like not having water, I understand, I'm sure the proponents are huge fans. I'm glad they took water combat. I like water combat in theory. I'm glad they took it out of Monster Hunter because it's, with the systems of that game, it just doesn't operate very well. They say according to myth, cenotes are pathways to the underworld under the water's surface. Cool. Hunts are overworld mobs in 3D, sure, but current boss design is so dependent on telegraphing things on a 2D plane, I'm not sure how that would translate. Yeah, that's a good point, Sebi. It does limit the attacks that they could use. Now, I think they could come up with theoretical solutions, right? So AoEs, instead of being a ring around a boss, be an orb, right? The implementation of that may be more difficult, obviously, than making it seem as you're effectively creating a volumetric object rather than a 2D plane. But, there are options. But yeah, is it worth all the hustle, the headaches and stuff? You made it. So you were down there for so long. I began to fear the worst. You must be half fish or for how indefatigable your lungs are. So, did you find aught? I hit pay dirt. To the best of my recollection, this looks almost exactly like the stone Master Shunye had. Its shape, that unmistakable blue. We did it, Helio. It appears our intuition was correct after all. The crystal is a remnant of a grievous wound dealt to the earth. 'Twas the case in ancient times, and 'twas the case 50 years ago. We must return to Master Shunyi with haste. That is just the same icon as the Hydaelyn item fragment, right? But slightly recolored. The dark side of the Cenote pathway to many places. Very good, I see. We should really tell people we can breathe underwater before we do that. I mean, to be fair, most of the time we do mention it, at least in the MSQ. I was surprised we didn't. Let fortune smile upon us at last. I've never seen you two so excited to bring me a delivery. I take it something good is in store? Oh, you bet. Yeah, exactly, Holly. I think that's what Sebi was getting at, the fact that we have the blessing. Where did you really find this in Yoctael? But how? We dug deep into the waters in the north. You dived to the bottom of Cenote, but the waters are so cold and the caves so labyrinthine, not to mention a single misplaced stroke would cloud your vision with the sediment. Even so, here you are before me, and I'm grateful for that then. Anything else? More grateful for that than anything else. Shunyi's apothecary would ask for none more skilled, none more brave than you two. I'll start examining this right away. Soon we'll have our answers. You think at this point we would have a like that, but we don't. Oh, have we not gotten a Palpatine-like villain in 14 yet? And I don't think Emmett counts. I mean, yeah, Emmett absolutely counts. The answer is Emmett Selleck. Over-theatrical villain acting behind the scenes, using other people to do his will. I mean, I guess you could argue Varys. And if you argue Gaius is Vader. Literally, Varys is an emperor, somewhat theatric, believes that he having control over everyone will be best for the universe. You know, I mean, Varys or Emmett both work. Particularly Emmett in his role as Solus. Yeah. Emmett helps. Okay, but you asked, do we have a character like, not do we have a character who uses lightning, like the same powers? You found the impossible. I can say without a shadow of a doubt that this fragment is made of the very same material as the azure tears I found in my ruined home. Have we proven your theory? As to the true nature of those stones, and how your village met its fate. I am now certain that these stones formed much in the same way as obsidian does near volcanoes. When minerals are melted by extreme heat, they cool into glassy lumps. In this case, when the meteor struck, the heat must have not only melted the earth, but sent it flying into the heavens. In the air, it cooled into the shape of wilted petals, the shape of tears. But they hold something else as well. The meteorites brought instantaneous destruction to the area of its impact. All the plants, animal, and people gone. Their life force scattered into the air. That's how crystals form. Crystals form when the aether of the living is bled out into the environment, or the aether of the land, which means... I see. It is aether which seeps into those stones. When that energy fails to return to the life stream, it crystallizes. Woo! Basic aetherology! Just so. I believe that these are more than mere lumps of glass. The blue light is the shining essence of all that was taken from me. For 50 years I searched, and for 50 years I knew one thing, that answers would never bring them back. And I knew that even if I could provide the cause of my even if I proved the cause of my tragedy, that revelation would bring no comfort. Even so. The land of Tural wept that day. for all that was lost in an instant. Now that I know that, I can move beyond my sorrow, to remember my family as they were. Their smiles, those bright days we shared, happiness. Thank you, you two. I feel as if a great weight has been lifted from my shoulders. Within nature's grand cycle, the life I lived back then shall remain a shining beacon. I knew you had not strayed from far from your roots. We simply had to help you take them back up. Fuck, this is well written. Oh. The land wept. The land literally wept for those who were lost. Oh. May soon be time to depart upon another journey. First in a long while. Not to find a new family per se, but to attune myself to nature's rhythm once again. It brought me peace of a much greater whole that I would rejoin. I shall let the wind's breath carry me where it will. So long as the boundless horizon is before me, I shall walk. A worthy goal. The story did Ishikawa write all of Wachumeqimeqi or just this one? Fuck, that was really good. That was really good. I stand by everything I said in defense of why I really appreciate, and well, a lot of this wasn't in the episode because it was in book club, but I really appreciate the villainy, the type of mundane and banal villainy of the world quest, but holy full moly. They only mentioned this one, okay. It definitely feels like it was written by Ishikawa. Although you may tire of my praise, I'd like to express my thanks to you both once more. You'd have been exceptional help if you did nothing more than gather what I'd ask, but you went far beyond that. Likewise, I learned more of the Shitona than I could have hoped, yet my own quest is far from over. We take this opportunity to go out into Tural and experience all it has to offer, the culture of the Shitona included. So if indeed you plan on leaving this city, I ask that you allow me to join you. Besides, a journey is only as good as your companion, or so they say. Fun boy road trip, fun boy road trip. Why limit yourselves just to Tural? You pose an interesting question. I can't say I had a particular destination in mind, so a trip across the salt would be as good as any. Perhaps I might find someone to guide me across the world's breadth in exchange for a ramble around Tural. Does anyone suitable spring to mind? Either way, these are decisions to be made in the future. For now, I don't intend to close up shop. Truly? Regardless of my reasons for starting the apothecary, I've been quite fond of it, to say nothing of my loyal customers. Abandoning them without notice would be unseemly. And besides, how long do you believe you can travel with such a light coin purse, Uflo? Sleeping under the stars and foraging for your own food will only take you so far. Soon you'll be penniless, and Tural's less hospitable climes might very well take you. I can. You could stay here and earn a bit more coin before our trek. I'd be a terrible owner if I let one of my best workers be so reckless. So for a while at least, let's continue on as we have been. There's so much more to be done after all. Another way to look at it, AC, rather than crystallized essence of unfortunate soul. Tears shed by the land for the life lost. Junye is such a dad. Good friend. Esteemed contributor, Shunye's Apothecary. There are no deliveries to be made today, it seems. Still, the shop must be clean and customers to be tended to. I must admit, I count dealing with customers among my skills. I'd rather stick to the task which I complete with my hands, but Master Shunya was most insistent that I get out there and smile, as he puts it. He said friendly faces attract new customers. I think it shall be a while yet until I understand the subtleties of running a business in such a large city. Welcome, Elio. You'll be glad if your business is brisk, in no small part thanks to your efforts. As for our journey, well, Uvlo is still gathering the funds. I offer to cover our travel expenses, but he is loath to be in debt to an elder. It's been 50 years since I've left this city, so I've no issue with staying here a little while longer. While Uvlo readies his funds, I shall take my time preparing the shop, and myself, for the journey ahead. Oh man, I hope that we see them in the future! Yukio, good to see, glad to have you. Okay, it's almost 7 now, so honestly, maybe we'll call it there for today. I'll just have to make sure to hit up 2. We can definitely finish 2 of these in one stream, because we're going to be streaming tomorrow and then Friday as well. Friendly reminder that join the Discord over at discord.gg/Eorzean archives. If you want access to, we have events almost every day of the week. Mondays we have fate runs. Wednesdays we have mount farming. Thursdays we have map farming. Fridays we have lore book club. Saturdays we have mount farming, and Sundays we have off. What do we have on Tuesdays? We don't have anything on Tuesday either. I guess we'll have to do that. This is a nice story. It is Holly. It is a very good story. So we'll definitely be streaming those next time. I'm also not gonna lie. I think next week I might literally throw up a stream that just says something like, I don't know, you're wrong about Dawn Trail, or I like Dawn Trail, or whatever. I'm gonna spend maybe a day that I have free working on a script for my either review or thoughts about Dawn Trail or something, while then also having people basically inviting people in the chat who don't like Dawn Trail to not berate me, but definitely try to talk to them. Although we may want to get our new mod on board before that, because I may need help with that. Speaking of which, we're going to be looking for a new mod. If you have interest in that, be ready. I will be putting up a post for people interested. If you are interested and are not selected, please do not take it personally. There's only one slot, and there are a lot of considerations that exist, both from not just personality ones, but also literally time slots. Okay, let's see. What do we do for a little bit of a cooldown before? Because we still got 30 minutes until 7. Oh, here, let me check that. Let me see if I get a response there real quick. Okay. Who wants to come join me for Tender Valley? I'm going to do a quick run of Tender Valley as our wind down.
Elio, at last. You've no idea how long I waited here. Hoping we might finally meet. There's a matter of utmost importance I simply must have your assistance with. But introductions are in order. I am Zay-chan, professor of archaeology at the studio. At the behest of the former head of Reason, I was invited to overseas to various archaeological expeditions throughout Tural. I heard from a little bird in Volakshuzna that you, most renowned adventurer, had made your way to this continent, and could think of no better individual to aid me in uncovering its history. As a matter of fact, I've already made a most fascinating discovery in the wilds of Jacques Tural. I chartered a balloon to examine a point of interest in Shaloni, you see, and soon discovered ruins which have been unseen for nigh a millennium. Surely Lady Luck is on my side, I thought, but alas, things soon took a turn for the worst. In the spirit of inquiry, I hired a group of mercenaries for protection, and made my first foray into the area. We were no more than halfway through before a host of fierce fiends barred our approach. Truth be told, it's a miracle we have even made it out alive. Yet for seasoned explorers like you, I dare say delving into the deepest recesses of such ruins unharmed would be child's play. What do you say? Would you aid my investigation and embark on this new adventure? I knew you wouldn't disappoint. The ruins lie beyond the river to the north of Lake Toari in Shaloni. Let's continue our conversation there.
I need 2 other people if 2 people want to join me to do Tender Valley. If you would like to join me, come to the entrance to Tender Valley on Crystal Curl. Scooby-Doo. 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 If you can't get someone, I can log back in. Yeah, no worries. I'm sure V's logging in. I have it, so I have at least one person, and it's not a big deal. I just had to happen to promote nothing, but it'd be a delay. Yeah, don't worry, CJ. We can always just get 2 randos, and it'll be good. AV, invite to party. Yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll just do 2. It'll be fine.
Wonderful, you're here. History lost to the ages lie in the valley just upstream. It is a landscape unlike any other, teeming with sabotenders of all shapes and sizes. I call it Tender Valley.
I also do love that he's naming it that. It's technically not the native name for it, but also, I love the name.
Doubtless the ruins have remained untouched for all these years due to its barbed environs. After all, none would wish to become the victim of their thousand needles. Though I believe the ruins nested deep within the valley to be Yokui origin, a closer inspection revealed motifs even if I could not recognize. There's a new discovery waiting to be found within, I am sure of it. Alas, the defense mechanism protecting it were far too much for the mercenaries I hired. You'd be wise not to underestimate them yourself. Now, lest I forget, you should know that I dropped some of my notes concerning the expedition during my escape. If you would know my findings, I encourage you to search for the records during your exploration. I shall await your return. Here, I trust you to honor you the honor of discovering the unknowns that lie within.
I can find you if you can't find other people, though I'm theoretically at work. Yeah, don't worry, Astoria. I think me and V will just do it real quick solo. He'll be good. I just, in case anyone was like on hand right off the bat, I wanted to make sure they got the chance. Hot damn. When you have a healer and you have a freaking tank ready to go. My boys! Yeah, the support Q times. I mean, I've only basically ever, for the most part, had insta-Qs as a support main. I do love that we got the Tender Valley theme.
Though I spoke with some few had sorrow in Shaloni before my expedition, they had precious little to say about the ruins. I did learn, however, of a cautionary tale told to their young, that to enter the valley comes at the risk of great swelling pain from the Sabotender's needle. A pain I quite acutely feel at this very moment.
What's Tender Valley? It's one of the unlockable dungeons, Holly. If you haven't done it, there's 2 non-MSQ dungeons that are released at the end of each expansion. Tender Valley is one, Strayborough Deadwalk is the other. And this also has my favorite boss in the game. Not necessarily for its mechanics. Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about this. I'm sure maybe I did when I first saw it, but like the Seguro Tender indicates that the existence of Gigatenders is also true on the source. That means that we have Nopali Tenders, Gigatenders, and Barrel Tenders all in Tyrol, although they're called Seguro Tenders here. Seguro Tender is so cute, yeah, yes it is. First showed up in Amarang on the first, where you can also find Cheeto Tender, which is the giant orange Seguro Tender. Real acupuncture, much less by cacto. Yeah. I tried relaxing. Some people swear by it. And look, whether placebo or not, if it works for you, good. What does Sabotenders taste like? Nopales? I would presume a Nopales Tender would taste like a Nopales, yes. I mean, I think that is a fair assumption. Oh, there he is, the best boss in the game. Oh, look at him. He skipped leg day. I love him so much. Look at him smile. Watch him smile. Watch him smile. Watch him smile. After he does the attack, look at him. Little I love him. Yeah, Tender Valley, like you know, Giga Tender, Barrel Tender, Thabo Tender. That took me a second. I just kept thinking Cactar for a second. Ooh, that was not where I was expecting to get knocked back on that one. That was weird. Left. Oh wait, right. It's gonna grow. Ah, look at it little smile. One thing at a time. Goodbye, my beloved. I will ride you as a mount later tonight. That came out wrong. Holly, I think you may be behind by quite a bit, just so you know. Because like, I'm just seeing that I guess I can join right like now. I am in awe of the sheer splendor of these ruins. It's clear to me that they could not have been made by an ancestor of the Hetsara or Tonawata. From the architecture, I dare say they are of Yokui make. For those who built Zorgor the Boundless, constructing edifices of such magnitude is a feat well within their capabilities. On the other hand, the subtle designs of the engravings and the structure, and the ingenuity of the aqueduct, are unlike anything I have seen in Urkopacha. Perhaps these discrepancies can be attributed to cultural differences within the Yokui who came to these lands. Or an awareness of another advanced civilization across another reflection. As in Juicy, I don't think I've ever had cacti. I don't know if that I ever had either. This lands at the Chewalker! Blessings upon us! Oh, great serpent. Oh, they even referenced the great serpent ahead of time. Oh, that's funny. Are these eerie stone-like creatures, void sent, or perhaps golems? Whatever they may be, I deemed we leave this place even as they attack us. It's all I can do to scribble down these notes while evading their relentless assaults. As I labor to breathe, a thought occurs to me. They could be mammoths created for the purpose of mining resources. Yet the most logical explanation for their aggression would be that they are defensive mechanisms left behind by the Yokui. Though my guards appear similarly fatigued, we can hardly retire now. Not when the promise of great new discovery lies just before us. Big Mob looks like a pineapple Pokemon. It absolutely does. Note to self, try cacti at some point. Yeah. That's a lot to write while being attacked. I had the same thought. Yeah. Not Chewalker. Then who? Leave this place.
An entity which appears to be, for lack of a better term, a walking chimney guards the door leading to the ruins. The doors themselves possess a design wholly unfamiliar to me. I cannot help but feel we are on the verge of discovering something incredible. Alas, the pain from the needle which pierced my lower back worsens. What's more, the arm of one of my guards is paralyzed, leaving him incapable of lifting his sword. We cannot hope to face that thing in this state, though my heart breaks. We've no recourse but to withdraw.
God damn, this is freaking melting. Man, this is what I don't like about the patch. We're only in patch 7.1 and this boss is already melting. It's only going to get worse in the following patches. Man, all circles. Oh, that's bullshit. Friendly reminder, if you use Passage of Arms, you don't technically have to sustain it. You just need to flash it. It lasts for a couple seconds. Is the bomb thing a Voidsent or Forgekin or what? I mean, that's literally what the note just asked. There's not a good answer, and until we get in Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 4, we won't really know for sure. For those of you who haven't figured it out, this is very similar to Ronkin architecture. It's like literally the same as one of the chambers in Ronka in the Katana Rabble. Passage is the coolest looking skill. Thank you, Astoria. Passage is the coolest looking skill. I'm glad you agree. No, but straight up Passage is the best, is the coolest looking skill in the game. I mean, assuming you take out with breaks, which, I mean, why would you count those? Those are their own category. Yeehaw! Let's get them, folks. It needs more stuff like this, where there's like active dodging of stuff in the environment, and it's not just fighting the enemies. This is actually a good. This was a good addition. Weird is I feel like we're doing really good AoE damage, but then we do single target sometimes and it slows way down. Crap down. Not sure what was up with that. just flash everyone instead of sustaining all the way through. Fair. It's interesting that it's green instead of amber or purple, like on the first. Oh, here's the boy. The greatest serpent. Inexplicable entity. The greatest serpent of Tural. Balancing Castle Council. Screes of Fury. Man, Holy Sheltron's so much more fun than Sheltron. You actually have to time it. Great Serpent needs no explanation. Evil Twinkie. The evilest of Twinkies. Okay, let's see if I can solve this. Okay, I want to go different. I believe in you. I believe in you. Oof. Oh, I didn't even know it was an insta-kill. If you want the easy way to solve that, don't look at the start, look at the end and follow it backwards. Oh boy, that was close. It's interesting. Okay, it disappears. So was. I'm starting to wonder if the Serpent of Ronka is actually like an entity that was sundered. I mean, even think about the Ronkans having some knowledge of the world unsundered from their dreams, right? What if the Serpent of Ronka was an entity that was sundered, and that's why it exists also across reflections? That would also make it. It also could just be an alchemical creation. That would explain it too. Thank you, V. Yeah, V, if you want to start doing the wrap-ups, we'll probably call it there after I'm going to talk.
You returned, and with nary a needle to be speen. I experienced them firsthand. The pain was simply indescribable. That said, once it subsided, I was surprised to find that the lower back pain, which had ailed me for years, had completely vanished. Now, tell me one of your expedition. I wish you hear everything. What did you see? What was hidden deep within those ruins?
There is a gill mount that is the Golden Serpent of Ronka, yeah.
I see. How truly remarkable. And the structures of a separate civilization lie in the depths of the Yokui ruins. At their deepest point, a great serpentine creature awaited.
Well, this is interesting. think the structures of a separate civilization line the depth of the Yokui ruins, which implies that it's not the Yokui who dreamed of it, but an even older. Interesting. This is beyond the shadow of a doubt. Well, also it could be. Well, that could be interpreted a couple ways. This is beyond the shadow of a doubt a significant discovery regarding Jacques Dural's history. Tell me, what thoughts have you concerning the valley, its depths? I have no doubt there were many gospels that foretold the great serpent. It reminded me of the ancient ruins of Ronka I saw on the first. Truly, such a claim is invaluable testimony. Based on your description, it is likely that the ancient Yokui simultaneously feared and revered the spirit of unfathomable power, and after encountering it, constructed the temple to conceal it from the world. This may be the final element which proves my life's work, a theory, the Auri resemblance of the reflection civilizations. In my capacity as a professor at the studio, I've taken the liberty of reading the science reports concerning the source, its reflections, and the civilizations therein for myself. Their findings indicate that the sundering diminished mankind's intelligence to that of beasts. The flourishing civilizations of ancients were forgotten, and the people of each reflection set on separate paths, forging disparate civilizations of their own. Yet we can say that these civilizations, worlds apart, are truly so different. We all came from one shared ancient heritage. Would it not be natural that the development of each society and culture bears similarities to one another? Yeah, I suppose so. What I am trying to say is that it is entirely possible that a society which predates the Yokui and bears similarities to the ancient Ronka once existed on the source. Naturally, it is necessary to conduct further research regarding how twin civilizations born in separate worlds developed in entirely different environments. Nevertheless, your discovery today has further proof of the plausibility of my theory. Please, let's engage with this more. On this subject, I would ask for you to join me on another adventure, one markedly less fraught with danger. As one who has traversed beyond the rift in the first, your knowledge and insight concerning the ancient Ronka are invaluable. I would journey to Warlord's Echo and speak with the chronicler of the Yokui, that I might learn of their legend, and who knows, we may discover some striking parallels to the cultures of ancient Ronka. If you enjoy our stream and aren't a member of Discord, why not come and join our Discord, discord.gg/Eorzean archives. Thank you, V. What do these songs mean? Check out our lyrical lore videos over here on Lyrical Lore. You'd think an Alros scales would provide some protection, but I want a big one. Yeah. I really hope there's a deeper explanation that isn't just Star Trek Romans. No, I think the explanation is either one of two things, and both of which are very interesting and support prior established things. The Hunko, so that's the wrong. I won't need to go to Warlord's Echo. It is either that the Yokui dreamed of other reflections, which makes sense as they dreamed of the ninth, so why not the first? Or other peoples dreamed of the first, and so dreamed of Ronka. Or that another civilization that rose up early in the time of the source after the sundering has had similarities based on due to a bunch of different factors, right? Maybe it is that the Serpent of Ronka appeared in both and therefore was a founding mythos for both and therefore created a similar cross-reflection existence. There's a lot of possibilities that, you know. I am pleased that you made it, Elio. I came by Alpaca and for a blessing felt no pain in my lower back the entire ride. Perhaps the medicinal application of sabotender needles is a field deserving of further study. A subject for another time, perhaps. The personage before us is the self-same individual who informed me that the Yokui ruins may exist in Shaloni. They looked after me when I came here previously to conduct field work, and after extraordinary erudite individual, well-versed in ancient legend. Tell me, my friend, based on what I have shared with you, were you able to find any commonalities between the legends of your people and the ruins we discovered in Jacques Dural? Excluding those concerning disease, precious few stories of our ancestors who traversed north have been passed down. But for the valiant warrior who brought the sky ruin low, I would share with you a story regarding the Great Serpent, one we normally would not disclose to outsiders. Please follow me to the indelible passage. The mural shall explain all. And to be fair, Dawn Trail and prior expansions support both interpretations, both the dreaming interpretation and the split similar development interpretation. water. Don't forget to drink water. You're speaking a lot. Question: how many of you guys have or have not played the Wachumeqimeqi questline? Because I feel like the people who played the Wachumeqimeqi questline can't be more than like 20. Here, let's see if we can find what's a Wachumeqimeqi quests. Do you get something for completing all of them? Appreciated value gets you the Wachumeqimeqi balloon. Unlocks trade and true. Oh, trade and true is an achievement. Okay, here, let's see if we can find achievements. Trade. Okay, if this is correct, which I have to assume this is wrong. This has to be off by maybe up to 10% points. But this would imply that only 3% of players have finished all the Wachumeqimeqi quest lines and the final one, which is wild. I really hope that I did all mine on week 1, so it's kind of blurry. Honestly, that's a story kind of why I waited, is because I wanted to wait till I was doing better in health, and so I could remember them, commit them into memory. Today was Uvlo and Shunye. That's who we had today.
A legend concerning the great serpent is hidden within this mural. Ray, gaze upon it carefully as I weave for you an ancient tale. Long, long ago, a sect of our ancient ancestors forged north. There, deep within a valley, they discovered the remains of an ancient temple.
Yeah, so it's not Yokuyan.
Its inhabitants had long perished. The purpose for which the structure existed was itself an enigma. Yet when our forebears finally delved into its further recesses, they discovered a great serpent deep in slumber. It should be noted, our people revere serpents as divine creatures who govern the boundary between worlds. To behold one of such immense power, dormant within the ruins, they believed it best to build a temple around its chambers and offer prayers for its divine protection. Yet in the ensuing years, our people were plagued by disease. Time and again, our ancestors offered supplication for divine assistance, but no matter how fervent their prayers, the great serpent never deigned to answer them. In the end, a great many of our forebears withdrew from the northern lands. Only the most devout worshippers of the great serpent remained, but they too would eventually withdraw in a somber procession, having buried too many brothers and sisters. The sect who remained prayed for the great serpent's awakening. They prayed for a salvation that would never come. Yet why should it awaken now? And what incite its aggression? Was it simply by chance that it roused in so foul a mood? Or is there perhaps some underlying reason we've yet to uncover? The devout who held vigil of the temple had this belief. When the great serpent doth awaken, its coil shall envelop the world. In other words, the creature's discovery was itself a pretext to legitimize their territorial expansion north. Yet the prayers fell on deaf ears. Only now, before our benefactor, has the great serpent finally awoken. A peculiar but altogether fascinating turn of events. If the being you encountered truly was divine, mayhap it is you who shall receive its blessing. If we consider that our friend here is a traveler capable of crossing the rift twixt worlds, was blessed by a being who governs that boundary, would that not fit the interpretation held by the sect who remained? At any rate, Elio, testimony in the legend of the Okui shall go a long way in verifying my theory. If I can gather sufficient evidence that these two civilizations, worlds apart, share fundamental values, and prove my thesis, our outlook on history shall be irrevocably changed. Mayhap even an entire new field of study shall be pioneered. Does the inception of civilization and its infancy bear similarities with each reflection? Was there some localized connection between them, such as the planar fissure? Or perhaps there was some all-powerful keeper of whisper peering through the veil?
Man, this is important shit. Just thinking about what it connects us across the rift gets my heart racing. I certainly have my work cut out for me, and now that you've made the ruins safe, I may resume my expedition, and perhaps more importantly, continue writing my thesis. Master Chronicler Elio, I cannot thank you enough for your cooperation this day. I know not where my research would take me, but I have no doubt my pursuit of the mysterious and miraculous will see us cross paths again. Farewell, you. You just wanted to play with us. Did I summon around a midpoint of some point on the finished up rest after? It's been a while. Well, hopefully replaying these over the next 3 days will help restore your memories, guys. I finally unlocked Ubu and T for all the X I've written. Good job, AC. I haven't played, probably won't since I don't craft gather much. Okay. I didn't, yeah. But I guess, according to this, only 3% of people. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna go back to the tea tree. I'm gonna call it there. Friendly reminder that we're going to be doing the mount hunts as per usual at 9 o'clock on tonight, so that's about 2 hours from now. I'm gonna take a break until there and get my voice a second. Hopefully you'll come join us. Hopefully see you guys there. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Reminder that we will be starting 3 p.m. EST tomorrow. We'll be doing the next 2, and then on Friday we'll be doing the last 2 before we talk about Wachumeqimeqi and book club. Yeah, so good times. Okay, with that all said, I have been Elio Forcheron, and I will see you guys very, very soon. Bye.